We need to fight, deliverance, and to set Jamaica free. We are blood and fire, hooray!
You are going to come under some pressure. You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda. You're going to hear all kinds of lies and deception. There will be tactics used to try and buy you out. There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades, and we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I don't know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a restful weekend. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Remember to thumbs up the live when you come in and share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing, which will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is Deliver Us from Evil with your host, Mystic Sensation, Melting Pot, and Pinks Greens. Sorry. Let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. But before I do that, guys, remember that the membership is still active for those who wish to join. So bless up Dan Mel, Truck Live, Doris McCoy, Beverly Doglish, Falmouth Girl 2, Laris Beckford, Rennie Swaby, Cecile Phillips, Hurricane Hattie, Julie Harvey, Rosalie Ricketts, Patsy Gavin, Pauline Henry, Barris White, Daniel Taylor, Althea Wilson, Junior Gemini, bless up yourself, Marva Dice, welcome. Without any delay, I am going to hand over to Baron so I can do some housekeeping. Stanford Hudson, bless up Monica Hall.
All right, thank you for that, wifey, as usual. Wonderful precursor there. Right, of course, we are continuing with our powerful panel as usual. Lady Pink Stew, and of course, none other than Melting Pot. And of course, we are here to, speak to our Jamaican electorate, both home and abroad. Right, we are now stepping into pre-general election mode, and I want to say that all Jamaicans need to be very alert as it relates to going into next month, right? I have been informed, right, not know how accurate this information is, that general election is going to be sometime next month. I don't want any Jamaicans, before I go through the normal process in terms of Spinkskew speaks to the chat, and of course persons who are listening to us and Melting Pot. Let me just give that alert to all Jamaicans that, of course, as it relates to the general election mode, and as I was told that general election will be sometime next month, to say with specific date, right? We still don't have that information, but I am speaking directly to all electorates that we are at a crossroad, and we have to put the X beside the head as it relates to good governance. I have 100% confidence in Comrade Leader Mark Bolin, because indeed History shows us, record shows us, Mark Golden has integrity. Mark Golden, right, has the capacity, the tenacity to deal with good governance. And if we want to save Jamaica, I am saying to you, electorate, if we want to save Jamaica, I am going to reveal some stuff tonight, and people are going to be surprised in terms of the stuff that I'm going to reveal. We are going to show some serious issues here. And in spite of those who want to protect Andrew Holness cannot be protected. He's going to go into the judiciary. Andrew Holness doing his best, and it relates to the level of desperation, is to save his own ass from going to prison. This campaign, this time around, that Andrew Holness is doing, they are doing it because they want to save themselves from going to prison. We are going to reveal some stuff tonight. But before I get going any further, I'm going to ask Pinsky to meet and greet our people as usual. Spinks.
Yes, Uncle Byron, good evening, and good evening to my conference sister Anne-Marie. Good evening, Melting Pot, and good evening to everyone in the chat. And I want to say good evening to all Jamaicans, local and living overseas, hearing my voice, and especially to the people who live in Northwest St. James. You know, I'm championing your cause, and our candidate there, Comrade Alan Bernard. You know, so good evening, everyone.
All right. Love that, Sister Spinks. And yes, of course, our strong backbone, Melting Pot. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Greetings to everyone tuning in tonight. I greet you in the mighty name of deliverance. Jamaica needs deliverance, people. You understand? Because we see everything that is happening under this corruption government that we have. Jamaica certainly need deliverance. Too much thing is happening. Even our athletes now being bought by foreign enterprise. So you know what, Jamaica need deliverance. But I also want to greet you in the name of love, because we have to carry that forward going into this period, you know, in a Jamaica cycle right now, election time. We want love right through, right across Jamaica, because right now, this is not just a win for the People's National Party. This is a win for Jamaica. All we have to unite in the cause. We have to become, you know, as one brothers and sisters. So we have to exhibit the word love. Yeah, I also want to extend warm greetings to you all, hoping that you will have a very successful and enjoyable weekend. You know, today is always Happy Friday, and people like to, you know, share that little time at home and wind down from hectic work week, you know, and they also incorporate their social life as it relates to recreation. So I just want to say to everyone, just be safe, be strong. The word is love.
All right. Thank you for that, Melting Pot. My Jamaican people, tonight is going to be extremely epic, right? Before we get into that, though, right, I want Pinks to speak to us as it relates to in St. James, right? Let me just put up the clip so that Pinks can speak on that clip, right, as it relates to the conference.
Come here.
Right?
Yeah, we have enough. Alan
So
Bernard.
Okay. What do you want first?
Let me pick up those two clips that you want to talk on. Alan Bernard. Let us put up Alan Bernard conference so that Spinks can speak on that. St. James, remember, right, to vote Alan Bernard. All
yes.
Right, Spinks.
It's like a short video thing. I can't keep it.
Okay,
it's a GIF.
Okay.
Okay, it's basically he's doing a meet and greet tomorrow in Miami. The address is there. And then on Sunday evening, he will go back in Jamaica by Sunday evening to have Rockford Conference at Norman Gardens. He will be there as a speaker. So as you know, most of the our candidates are speakers in other divisions at by giving their support to other
Yes.
candidates. Right. So he's there as a speaker. So all the people there, Norman Gardens is on Sunday,
Yeah.
22nd, and tomorrow, 21st. No, he'll be in Miami.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Speak to us about this other clip here. Norman Gardner.
Norman Gardens Divisional
Right.
Conference.
You just spoke about it. All right. Thank
Yeah.
you for that, things. Right.
Okay.
So as I said, as it relates to the constituents of St. James, right, relating to Alan Bernard and all of the People's National Party candidates who are running and canvassing in that area. Remember, St. James people, I want you to turn out for all the candidates, right? Dr.
Yep.
Andrea Harton, Nikisha Burchell, all of those candidates, because what we're talking about meritocracy. We're talking about people with the level of competency, right? High skill level, persons who are educated and persons who are definitely competent in carrying out the job. We want to put those people in parliament to represent us. We are talking about full meritocracy. And that is what the People's National Party is dealing with. That is what Mark Golden, right, is
It's really good. Right.
solid representation. Now, people, let us begin our program, and I want to start with, right, let us start with this clip, Abraham, and get into Jamaica. Let me say this. The Jamaica Labour Party is panicking. And Cliff Hughes has been showing them sign, right, months ago. And I'm going to show you where Cliff Hughes has been showing them sign from months ago and warning the Jamaica Labour Party that, of course, the People's National Party is indeed swimming and moving and advancing. Let us share that.
One of our talking points was that the opposition leader was underwater. He's no longer underwater.
The numbers would suggest
he's
that.
No longer drowning, he's swimming.
The wind is at his back, and if you're Mark Golding, you have to be happy with these numbers. They're heading in the right direction at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
The start of a year where you expect a general election in about 12, 11 months. I heard Peter SB say 6 months perhaps, and you're heading in the right direction.
Since he's a
So this is significant because in 6 months, he would have moved by 25%. From 24% to 30%. That's a 6%
percentage point increase.
Now, in terms of actual percentage move, that's 25% growth in
Correct.
6 months.
In 6 months. Yes.
That is massive.
Now, my Jamaican people, I want that to rivet. Within 6 months, as it relates to our comrade leader, Mark Golding, 25% advance. And let me tell you now, Jamaica, as it relates to now the recent Ben Anderson poll, is now suggesting to all of us that, of course, Jamaica Labour Party is going to receive what we call one of the worst landslide beating. Now let us delve into the Dan Anderson poll and read for it. Remember Jamaica, and this is let me speak before we get into the Dan Anderson poll. Right? Now, when I look on Dan Anderson, as it relates to how measurable he is in terms of his articulation, right? Knowing how festive and hostile the season is as it relates to general election. So Dan Anderson doesn't want to make it reflect that, okay, all right, he's going to say something to give the People's National Party the win. But what Dan Anderson focus on as it relates to the people perception, as it relates to poverty, and as it relates to employment. And that was meticulously done. Now, what Dan Anderson done as it relates to Andrew Holness recently came out and spoke that, okay, his administration was able to bring down poverty rate from 18% to 9%, right? And speak falsely about the unemployment, right? We know that all those are fictitious numbers and those are lies. It is not the reality on the ground. So what Dan Anderson had done, right, was to target these two areas, these two categories, right? The poverty and unemployment. And you are going to see the result of the outcome. Trust me, this is a tidal wave springing over the Jamaica Labour Party. Without any delay on it, let us bring up that for the people and let us bite in it. And we're going to ask the panel, right, to bite and dive into that piece of meat there.
In his March budget presentation, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness pointed to a decline in poverty. In May, PIOJ Director General Dr. Wayne Henry gave more details.
Jamaica's national poverty rate declined from 16.7% in 2021 to 8.2% in 2023, the lowest figure ever recorded since poverty rates were first measured in 1989.
Similarly, in April, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica announced that the unemployment rate in January 2025 was 3.7%. That's 1.7 percentage points lower than the same period in 2024. So the question was put to 1,033 registered voters across all parishes. Do you feel the government is doing enough to reduce poverty and unemployment? Roughly 61% of respondents said no, 27% said yes, and 11% do not know. Pollster Don Anderson also asked respondents about their personal situations, meaning
basically their standard of living, how they're getting along, meeting their daily household expenditure, etc.
Less than half, 46.5% of respondents said it was average. 8% said their personal situation was excellent, 22% said good, 17% poor, and 6% very poor.
We broke that down by the demographic groupings, of course, and the persons who were more positive about their own situation were older persons. The younger persons, 18 to 24, were skeptical about their own personal situation and hence, reflecting a situation that they're unhappy about where they are at this point in time.
From a political perspective,
those who said they were going to vote for the Jamaica Labour Party were more favorable about their own personal situation than those who were going to vote for the People's National Party.
Jamaica's macroeconomic indicators have also been going in the right direction. At the end of May, the net international reserves stood at $5.8 billion US dollars. The inflation rate was
let us bite into this.
Within the Bank of Jamaica's
right. Let us bite into this panel. And we are going to utilize the two categories, right, as it relates to poverty and unemployment. And for those two categories, right, we are seeing where 61.7%, right, is saying that the government is not doing as much to take down the poverty rate. And we have a neutral number of 11%. And if you divide that into two and to give the Jamaica Labour Party half of that, right, and you put the other half there on Jamaica, you're talking about 66%, right, is speaking negatively. And have a pushback on Dr. Wayne Henry, speaking of the 18%, right, poverty, where, as according to the Andrew Holness administration, reducing poverty rate from 18% to 9%. So the Jamaican people, right, based on the 1,000 persons that were skewed in that questionnaire, right, and what came out of that, right, is now pushing back on what Dr. Wayne Henry is saying, right? So they are not feeling it. And we are looking at roughly about 61.7% saying that. What have you to say, Pinks, as it relates to that?
But as far as I'm concerned, the laborers do not know maths, do not know economics, and not one of them have any financial experience. I think I said before, when it comes to your budget for your household, you need to know how much people you are budgeting for. And we live in a country for the past 3 years. We do not know how much people live in Jamaica right now. And the reason
Yeah,
is because Andrew refused to pay the people who are supposed to be taking up the census.
exactly.
So you cannot calculate what the poverty rate is or the GDP is. And until we know how much people live in the country, it makes no sense. We can't make plans for a country that you do not know how many people are being affected by your plans. The
Exactly.
demographic of the country is needed to be sorted out mathematically, so you can plan ahead how many people need what people needs are. And this
Yes.
speculation and this assumption what the numbers are and this data that they create out of their head, they need to stop it. All of them need to stop it. Right across the ministries, they need to stop giving us misinformation. The same way they give us misinformation about the amount of murders, they give us misinformation about people who are tourists here. The tourism numbers are down, and they keep lying to us.
Yes.
Every data that they're giving us, they're lying to us. Even when it comes to our security forces, the other day we talked about the brain drain, and the report came out March and said 49% of our trained teachers are not here. They have migrated. Brain drain.
Brain drain.
Now we
Yes.
see now we see not only the teachers are leaving, but our nurses are leaving. Our police are also leaving. That is why the police are underpaid, overworked, just like the nurses, and they are understaffed because if there are less people in the system to do the work, there are less people to do the same work with less people, then it's going to be a strain on who is left there to do the work, and they're not being paid overtime.
Yes.
Nobody's paid overtime. And now we come back to this man telling us civil servants will not be getting their money. Zero, 0%, while they're getting 250 and less. Oh God. And you always government is a wicked government. It only think for itself. It only increase for himself. Think of himself because he's a selfish person. And
Exactly.
one of the reasons Andrew Holness increased his salary is because he knows that he's going to be under the IC investigation, and he wants to give a reason why he has so much money. So he creates this reason by raising all of their pay because the 49 over them over there are complicit. So they're trying to justify their pay and how much money they have in their bank account by raising their pay after they stole the money already. We're
Exactly.
not idiots. We know the math.
He's playing chess. So way in the future, right, he could be able to say that, okay, he was getting the sort of salary to explain his wealth. Right? That is just
But
chess play. You understand? It's
but
evil and it's lies.
but
All right,
but
Melton
what?
Pot.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish up. Sorry.
But people keep saying that he's playing chess or that he's playing draft on a chessboard. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just playing snakes and ladder on a chessboard.
All
Different game
right.
from us completely.
Okay. Melton Pot, take it away.
Yes, man. I have to endorse, what my lioness sister just said, because I mean, we see where the country are run back way. Yeah, back where Andrew and the administration run Jamaica for the past 9.5 years. Nothing has been done to uplift Jamaica or to take Jamaica forward. So now we are seeing a result of, our well-equipped civil servant leaving our shores, our hot leads being bought by other affiliation, and the whole thing is just a shamble. We see where Andrew now using the people that are, around him to give us false report, inaccurate numbers, all type of thing Andrew do. So we know for a fact that Andrew can't even play chess, Andrew just can't play nothing. Because if you're a master at playing chess, you're supposed to be good at doing anything. So when Andrew come and tell about a chess in play, Andrew not play nothing, man. Right now, a garbage Andrew mix up, and that me see him play. Garbage politics. Because you can't have the country, yeah, for 9 years consecutively, the economy can only grow by 1%. The economy has never grown 2 or 3%. It always around the 1% margin and below 1%. So that is a recipe for disaster. On top of that, the high level of corruption as it relates to theft. People that Jamaican are paying to do a job is also stealing from the cookie jar. And they steal in a way that is very, very damaging to the entire Jamaica and Jamaican. So we see where Jamaica as a country itself disintegrate. Our infrastructure, them gone. And we see where our citizens, more so our young citizens, as it relates to kids going to school, are not benefiting from the education system that is in place because the education system is in shambles as a result of the high level of theft that has been, administrated in that department. We see where our nurses have to leave and go abroad to seek greener pastures, and that leave our citizens as a result to suffer when it comes to health care. We see where a lot of senior policemen with years of dedicated service to the force have left our shores. And as a result of that, we are now in a situation where don't seem like we have a proper security force in Jamaica. So even the crime has gone through the roof. Discipline has fallen down in a way where we've never seen it before. So the country is in a bad state and the country needs deliverance. And who we can turn to is only the man that's sent by the Messiah, Mark Jefferson Golding. That's the man who can really put Jamaica back on a firm foot. So the country can start move again and can start breathe again. Because this kleptocratic government stifle the life out of Jamaica, When them coming into power in 2016, they got an economy that was on the rise. They got an economy that they could govern comfortable. They didn't have to run after anybody to seek investment. But where Jamaica is now, Jamaica is an empty shell. Empty shell. Nothing is being done to enhance our citizen life. Nothing has been done to upgrade our facilities. Our workers are crying for better wages, can't make 2 ends meet. But here is a government led by Andrew Wallace who award themselves 200% and 300% on top of their already hefty salary that they were getting. And what they give to the civil servant and the average worker? Nothing. Because in terms of the civil servant being awarded with meager percentage, and when you look at the ordinary people who are not civil servants but who also contribute to our economy, there are a thing called minimum wages. Now minimum wages is way below the standard of living. So it's like you're working for nothing. But these men are wealthy men operating as business entrepreneur alongside their ministerial role. So as a result of that, Jamaica now find itself in a predicament because these people has never worked to uplift Jamaica. These people use our parliamentary system for their own benefit to formulate and orchestrate corruption that will enrich them to the level where they can't work again in life. Even when them dead, their name remain a household name in terms of wealth in Jamaica. Because for some reason, this administration seem to want to rival people like the Matalan, the Geddes, and all those big entrepreneurs who we know were giant in the private sector. So I don't know what Andrew Wallace is trying to achieve. Because Andrew could never think that his shenanigans could continue rolling on year after year, election after election, without he being caught. So when Andrew Wallace realized and now the spotlight is on him, Andrew Wallace started to shuffle the deck. And in so doing, him also stick the deck. People who pay a card part know, card game know what I'm talking about. Him stick the deck. All right, that damn no game, him call the game. Because Andrew tried to bring some corrupted people around him to help him to get out the charge that the Integrity Commission has highlighted. I hear some people talking about them doing nothing there, not one line. And them don't know why the Integrity Commission even put out the 3 report. But this person, as I tell the people, let me know, he's a just shit minister. He's not
All
justice. Just shit minister. Piece of nasty broke down truck. Up to Riverton City refuse him from even come down there. That's how bad it is. Because he want to defend a man. Nobody want him. Here's a guy who wants to defend the prime minister who is up to his neck in corruption. The prime minister are drowning in corruption as we speak. And even our athletes are feeling the hells of pranks from this Labour administration government.
All right.
So when we see all these things happening, we have to take a stop. And, you know, we have to show that we as Jamaican, we concerned at the state of the country. How the country being run, how the country being managed, what the government have to offer to the people in comparison to what them offer themselves. I will find that is a big margin where injustice is concerned. When you look at how they treat the ordinary citizen as it relates to crime, our citizens are easily charged for anything, but these men can't be charged for the enormous amount of level of corruption and crime that is taking place under their administration. So we know have to call upon Jamaicans, as I said, whether you're Labour right or you're PNP, you need to rally as one Jamaican this time and get rid of this nasty regime government we have in place. And you must face the penalty of his corruption. And the rest of ministers that who aid and abet Andrew Wallace in this corruption and also participate in it must also likewise face the penalty. Because we have to have some level of transparency and some order restored back in a Jamaica society. The country cannot continue on this trajectory pathway because it is heading to something that resembles Haiti. And I yield back the floor to another member.
All right. Thank you for that, melting pot. Now we are going to take up your melting pot right, as it relates to Delroy Chuck and his political rhetoric, right? Claiming that the Integrity Commission investigators did not find anything on Andrew Wallace, right? And, you know, selling that sort of information to the people, right, is also giving idea to the FID boss, the FID director, to come out and said, okay, he find nothing, but we are going to delve into that. Let us get into this clip, honey. Let us thread the wheel here. All right. I mean, it is, trust me.
Of the PNP can never change a labor right. The lies of the PNP can never affect the mood of the Jamaica Labour Party. The lies of the PNP can never overcome the truth of the Jamaica Labour Party. But the danger is when they start to tell the lies to people who don't know. Between 2016 and now has been the most stable that the Jamaican dollar has ever been. The real threat to our democracy is ignorance.
JLP for Jamaica.
The labor rights love the party, but they're not fanatics. They want to see and hear what the party is doing. And if the party isn't doing what they want, they make noise. And I know that that is the political organization that I have. So I don't need an opposition to hold me to account. My political organization hold me and my ministers and MPs to account. And this political party, we put forward mechanisms where our people get to exercise not just their voice, but also their vote in ensuring that the party in which they believe in, that party delivers the achievements and the benefits. So you have a vested interest in making sure that this party is successful. So when you come to these meetings, I never take it for granted that when we draw a big tune and we say something exciting and you say, shower, I never take it for granted that you leave here fulfilled or convinced with gimmicks. Because I know that the labor right is a thinking Jamaican. I know that the labor right analyze what we say. I know that the labor rights don't just come here for shower. The labor rights listen to everything that is said. And you go back to your community and you reason it and you analyze it. And that is why the lies of the PNP can never change a labor right. The lies of the PNP can never affect the mood of the Jamaica Labour Party. The lies of the PNP can never overcome the truth of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Some serious psychology.
Well, as my wife said, that, you know, he needs some serious psychological therapy. You know what? You know what is serious about this? Jamaica. Put you on a thinking cap. We know for sure, as it relates to the evidence that we are not guessing the evidence. We are not guessing the evidence. And the way how he had spoken there, if you don't know him, you believe that he's sincere. The very same lies he told in 2016 and 2020. But here he's doubled down. And look at this, Jamaica. I want Jamaica to think about it. Andrew Holness has robbed, I am saying it categorically clear, Andrew Holness has robbed the resources of the Jamaican people, damage our healthcare, damage our education system, rob from our children. And when you look at him, right, saying all of what he just said there, you realize that Andrew Holness is a narcissist. Andrew Holness is someone who's similar to Hitler. And I'm not, people, I am not exaggerating. Andrew Holness is someone that's similar to Hitler. He's very cruel. He knows very well the lies that he has been telling. He knows very well the evil that he's doing. But you know what?
So what Kayla says.
Let us see what Kayla said. Kayla should have said, me and labor right. And the lives of the PNP change me. Okay. All right.
She's just repeating what Andrew said.
Yes.
Live, but you know that she means
Exactly. Exactly. Right? And I like that from what's her name?
Kayla.
I like that from Kayla.
Bless up yourself, Kayla.
Bless up yourself, Kayla.
Welcome to the light.
Right? Now, my people, when you have the Prime Minister said that, we know that the Prime Minister is a narcissist, we know that the Prime Minister involved in corruption, we know the Prime Minister involved in money laundering, we know that we are going to beat NCB tonight, we know that we are going to speak out on BOJ because the commercial banks report annually to BOJ. And none of those millions of dollars running through NCB, right? I want to know how BOJ missed that. And I want to know how NCB facilitate that. You understand? Without getting, right, to understand the source of these monies. When I go to Jamaica, anybody else, right, have to take $1 million to the bank, right, which we do from time to time. The bank asks us for the source. As a matter of fact, honey, we have to print our work history, right, and show the bank. You understand? Oh, we come by that money. And yet Andrew Warnes was able, you understand, to run $470 million through NCB. And NCB complicit. Right? And we can't hear anything from Michael Leachin. Michael Leachin is off, silent, gone, dormant. Nothing from Michael Leachin. Michael Leachin, you are complicit with money laundering through NCB. NCB known for this. NCB known for this. Now, so I'm coming out attacking NCB tonight. Now let us hear Gerald Truck. The evil he is. The facilitator he is. Right? This conspirator he is. The right. Right? Aiding and abetting criminality. Right? Indulging in criminality. Endorsing criminality. Any terminology that you want to use. Right? Great. Let us listen to this piece of this one is a disgrace to the moral order. This man has no moral compass. This is a piece of garbage. Play.
But when you listen, labor rights, to what the PNP are saying, they have no plans, no programs. So what they do? They start claiming corruption there, corruption there. You know, when a party like the PNP talk about corruption, you know that they are enmeshed in corruption. That's all they can talk about is corruption. And we're going to defend the Prime Minister because I'm talking about corruption. They can't point one bit of evidence to show that the Prime Minister is involved in any illicit enrichment or corruption. And I hear Mark G talking about statutory declaration. I have read the 3 reports from the IC, and there's not one line that implicates the Prime Minister. Not one paragraph, one line that implicates the Prime Minister. I don't even know why they put out those 3 reports. Because they had nothing of value in them. And I say we must defend the Prime Minister when they hear about him. But IC said this about him. IC talk about millions going from
E. coli. Take this piece of E. coli away from in front of me. Living E. coli. Now get right. Right? And I'm glad that my well-thinking panel is here because we are going to deal with you tonight. And I am speaking directly to you. I have spoken to you when I was on Reggae Dub Scene on the Titans, and I'm going to speak to you tonight. You said that the people can't find not one point, one bit of evidence that implicate the Prime Minister. That's what came out of your mouth. Well, obviously, you are not reading the Integrity Commission report. Or let me put it this way, right? It seems like your CPU, your central processing unit, right, is a low-grade processing unit. So then let me just deliver something for you. And I'm speaking to you directly. I am speaking to all Jamaica Labour Party supporters, and I'm speaking to the electorate, right? We are talking about Jamaica business now. And I'm speaking to all investigators. I'm speaking to Dennis Strong, who is going to investigate this case. And I'm speaking to NCB. I know that NCB, people from NCB will be listening to me tonight. Specifically to NCB. And I'm also speaking to the Bank of Jamaica. NCB, all commercial banks, right? Supposed to issue an annual report. You supervise, BOJ supervise that process. So we are going to get into the intricacies, right? Without any delay, honey. They're right, Chuck. Look on this. And when you're in future again, when you're going to speak on this subject, speak on what I am going to show you. And tell Jamaica that you don't see anything wrong. Let us go into that document. Lift up that document. I want you to tell Jamaica they're right, Chuck, that nothing is wrong here. Right? Andrew Honest will not able to get away with this crime. People, I want you to look at this. Right? They're right, Chuck. Please turn to page 122 of 171 of the Integrity Commission report, sir. Right? And we are talking about 2020, June 13, 2023. These are all the activities within that year. All the activities within this year. Now, this is the Prime Minister's accounts, multiple accounts, right? Some of the 28 accounts. And let me say to you, Delroy Truck, based on certain investigation, the Prime Minister appears to have more than 28 accounts, because there are other accounts off the shores of Jamaica. So if you don't know this, be aware. Let me tell you, be aware. Now, NCB, account ending 20, belonging to the Prime Minister, Estate Bridge, which is, let me tell these people, a shell company. Estate Bridge Holding, shell company. They don't do any business, people, to make any profit. But look at this. What deposit in Estate Bridge? Estate Bridge is a shell company. I want Jamaica people to aware of this. $145 million, 784,000. NCB, did you ask Andrew Honest the source of funds? Did you ask Andrew Honest for the source of funds? Michael Leachin, and if you can talk to the people. Withdrawal, 20,766,000. NCB account ending with 25. Estate Bridge holding again. No deposit, but this time a withdrawal, 3,776,000. NCBCM account ending 3501. Estate Bridge holding again. Another $24 million latched to that account. Right? And look, people, at the withdrawal side, 104,858,000, right, withdrew from this account.
All these are online transactions.
Right?
Can you be depositing so much money online?
No, this is serious. Online transaction, and you are depositing so much money online. Just look at this. NCB account ending 66. Come here, that right, Chuck. Come here, right, Chuck. Imperium. And let's tell Jamaican people what Imperium is, or what Imperium is. Imperium is ADMAT Del Right, Chuck. Get it into your head, Del Right, Chuck. I want you to follow the money. Imperium, sir, is ADMAT. Andrew Owens dissolve ADMAT into Imperium. Did you get that, Del Right, Chuck? Or do you understand this investigation? That's why you need reputable people as it relates to being the fit chief. Now, and I'm talking to Dennis Strong pertaining to that. This show you $148 million, sir, right, lodged into Imperium. Where this money came from to go into Imperium. Now, 150 million was withdrawn from Imperium, from NCB. Now look at Barita, right? Imperium, right? No deposit, but withdraw 24,781,000. NCB account ending 8852, Imperium 28 million, right? And withdrawal of 22 million. CM1 account ending 5601, Imperium again, $22 million went into Imperium, and a withdrawal of 27 million. NCB again, account ending 152, Positive Media, 51 million, right? And a withdrawal of $68 million. NCB again, account ending 25, 1 million, and a withdrawal of 3 million. A totality of 473,161,000 deposited, right, during the year 2020 through various bank accounts through 3 of Andrew Owens' shell companies. Del Right, Chuck, you don't see anything wrong with this? Del Right, Chuck, you haven't seen nothing wrong with this. So you, Del Right, Chuck, have to explain the sort of business that Andrew Owens was operating that gave him these profits, these returns in profit, right? You have to explain that, Del Right, Chuck. Now, I withdrew 427 million, but Del Right, Chuck, come here. What I want to show you is going to burst your bubble, Del Right, Chuck. Take it away. Now that is 2020. Let us go to Andrew Owens' statutory declaration that he declared to the Prime Minister. I'm just showing the evidence now. Del Right, Chuck, Andrew Owens cannot get away. And Dennis Strong, you can't. I am betting you that you can't save Andrew Owens. Take up that, lift up that 2020. So then you are saying that you don't see anything wrong with the Integrity Commission did not find anything because you're a damn idiot. You're a damn idiot. You're a buffoon. Now look at this, Del Right, Chuck. Right? September 3, 2020, and for the period January 1, 2020 to September 3, 2020, Del Right, Chuck. Andrew Owens saying to the Integrity Commission investigators that his total assets, sir, was $172 million. So Del Right, Chuck, you haven't seen anything wrong with that? In 2020, when Andrew Owens running $470 million through various accounts in NTB, he is now telling the Integrity Commission investigators That is total assets. Here it is, people. Total assets is $122 million. Tell Rachop, you haven't seen anything wrong with that? He lied to the Integrity Commission investigators. He lied. This is a criminal offense. Then Del Rachop. A criminal offense. Here it is in your face, Del Rachop. So I want you to come out and speak on that and say that Mystic Sensation is lying. The Integrity Commission investigators didn't find anything. Take that away. Take that away. My Jamaican people, we will not allow Andrew Ones to rob, to steal, to peel for any terminology that we want to use. And get away, touch free. He will not. This has to go into the judiciary. This consequence must come of this. So they're right, you can flip up yourself for your platform and not go for your platform. Because it seems like the people who you are talking to, ducks eating out their brains. And the violence that you want to portray for them to take on the street and defend Andrew Ones. When Andrew Ones in 2020 they run $470 million. Did he give them any? Eh? Did Andrew Ones ask them to come and enjoy some of the money with him? No, let me talk to you, Jamaican people and talk to you, Labor right. For all of the influence that you have heard, you need to ask the influencers if they had given you, if they did call you, they're calling you now to go on Labor right. Different Andrew Ones. Ask them. Ask Dead Right Chuck. Ask Desmond McKenzie if when Andrew Ones making the money, building big mansion, if they did call the GLP supporters and said, okay, see some of the money here. Did they do that? Did they do that? No, GLP, Labor Rights, remember, we are one Jamaican in, right? Leave them alone and make them face their penalty and their consequence. Let them face the penalty and the consequence. All of the money Andrew Ones are run through NCB, NCB a wash the money for them, and BOJ kept silent, and Andrew Ones benefit. Right? Make Andrew Ones go out on the street and fight. Make Del Rachop, as a matter of fact, make the cabinet members them go out on the street go fight. Because I am sure that the People's National Party not fighting with them. So any fight them want to fight, make the cabinet go, they go fight. And them get benefit to make an, I'm talking to the Labour. Don't be naive. They did not call you and give you any of the spoils. All of the spoils that you see, when we just show, they not call uno and go no send. So if you want to go fight for them, a your business. Now, let me just turn to Spinks. In terms of the evidence that I present, Spinks, what say you on it?
Okay, good night again, Uncle Byron.
Blessings.
All right, first let me go back to what Andrew, the video clip said that Andrew was in. Everything that he complained and said about regarding the PNP is actually the opposite. It applies to him and his party. All right?
Exactly.
So him calling us liars, we know he is a liar. Laborers are lying, they're choosing the truth, and they're trying to manipulate. I remember growing up as a child, there were two brothers in my neighborhood, right? One of them was educated and one was not. They had a relative overseas who would send money to the one who could not read and write. And he would take the letter all the time to the brother who could read. And the brother would basically, who could read the letter. And sometimes they would send money to him. Yes. And he would tell him the amount of money that he sent for him. Now it so happens that one day, the brother who could not read could not find the brother who could read his letters. who normally read his letters. So what he had to do was to ask somebody else to read the letter. The letter that he asked the other person to read explained to him how much money and some information that the other brother who was reading his letters all along was keeping from him.
Oh, jeez.
You see, the thing in labor rights, when you cannot read and write, and when you cannot comprehend, even when you can read the words and you cannot comprehend what you're reading, anybody with a little bit of education can manipulate you. The other point I want to point out to you is this. Chuck and Andrew are two failed, outside of politics, they are failed people. They have no careers. Chuck was supposed to be a lawyer, and he has failed at that. Unlike Margolin, who is a successful lawyer, businessman, and banker.
Yes.
Andrew did not have a career before coming into politics.
Didn't.
All he had to do, all he did was just itch on himself on Seaga. Seaga train him, manipulate him, and teach him how to take what is not his.
That's true.
And if you understand this, they are our employees. If you send your employee with money to buy 5 pounds of sugar, and the employee come back with less than 5 pounds of sugar, can I show you a receipt and does not give you any change, and can't give you an explanation? When you ask for the explanation, the employee fears to themselves to you. What would you do as the employer?
Exactly.
Would you keep the employee? You wouldn't keep the person as your employee. You will fire the person. So it's the same thing that what the IC did was doing their job.
Definitely.
They went to Andrew and said, Andrew, the maths of your accounts is not adding up. They went to him. They asked for meetings. Andrew ignored them. They went as far to accommodate him and went to his office more than one time.
Yes.
And they've been begging him, show us the information, show us the receipts. We don't want to come out publicly and call you a thief.
Exactly.
They gave Andrew several chances.
Several chances.
And he refused and faced himself with them. And passed a remark. And the IC had no choice but to say, you know something, let's do our job, put out the report, and see if that will force him to give us the information. What Andrew did, took the IC to court, doing everything to delay the process of justice, all because he does not want to produce the receipts of his money. That's all the IC has been asking about, where you get the money from? Where you get the money from to start ADMAT in St. Lucia?
Corruption.
You understand me? He has this media company that he claim.
Positive
he has
media.
Positive Media. Right? Now, if you search the social media platforms, show me the social media platforms for Positive Media. I want any labor right to show me it.
Thank you, Pigs.
You see, in St. James here, we have one of our councillors here, Comrade Michael Troop from Granville Division. He has a company that rents chairs and tents and all that equipment for weddings and functions and so. And I can go on his Facebook account, I can go on his other social media accounts and see evidence of pictures of events that he did, weddings, funerals. I know friends who rent equipment from him and chairs from him and tents from him. All right? He provides this equipment. Now this man claim he has this kind of business. Can we find one chair on one table? Can anybody come and tell me that they rented chairs or tables from the Prime Minister's business company? Show me a picture of a wedding or a funeral or any event that he provided tables and chairs to.
and you have millions of dollars running through that company. Think of it, please.
And no tax return.
Crazy. Crazy.
And if the labor rights still don't understand what we are talking about, I don't know how to explain it to you. If you send your child to buy to the market with a list of things to buy, and you give them the money and they come back home from the supermarket, I should say, from the supermarket without a receipt, without any change, and less things on the list that you asked for, and they can tell you what happened to the money. Can I show you a receipt? What would you do with your own child? And I hear the Prime Minister come out and talk about how young people must avoid in their involvement in corruption. The hypocrisy of this Andrew Willis. Because when he named his company ADMAT, the children were children at the time.
Exactly.
His children were children. And when he changed the company over and gave them shares in his company after switching the name of the company, his children were had shares in the company, the same corruption. So how can you go on the stage and talk about young men must avoid getting themselves involved in corruption and illegal activities when you yourself as a father involve your children and name the company by joining the two names of your two sons? What is more corrupt than you?
Crazy.
No, go back to Delroy Chuck. Delroy Chuck is a failed lawyer. Delroy Chuck does not even know how to read the grade 3 book. As far as I'm concerned, Delroy Chuck cannot read beyond a grade 3 level. So his comprehension skills, he never did a comprehension, he never know how, because remember in primary school he used to do about comprehension, read a story, interpret the story, you know, your comprehension of the story. Delroy Chuck apparently missed those classes. Or somebody did his schoolwork for him in primary school for him to go through. Because how can anybody look on the IC report and claim they have not found anything? Look at Papa Doc, look at Baby Doc. How many accounts did they have before they fled Haiti? Look at all the drug dealers around the world. Look at how many mob leaders, how many accounts they have. Look at every corrupt leader around the world and find out how many accounts they have. Every one of them have multiple accounts. It is only people who have multiple accounts are involved in corruption. Exactly. Mark Golding said in an interview, he only has 3 accounts. One is dormant because he has not used it for quite a while. 1 US account and 1 Jamaican account. The average Jamaican person who runs a business have 4 accounts, maybe one in 4 different banks, maybe one in the same bank, maybe between 2 banks. But the average person running a business in Jamaica have 2, 3 to 4 accounts. You understand me?
Yes.
Maximum. Portia Simpson don't even have, I think she has about 4 accounts, right? Yeah, 4 accounts. She has. As Prime Minister, PJ has a little bit of motor accounts too. So you're going to tell me we should not question these things?
It's crazy.
Almighty God, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
All right. Thank you, Sister Pinks, for that powerful input there. Right? And of course, we have to question these things. We are the employer of these politicians. They are working for us. Right? And we have to hold them accordingly, right? As it relates to checks and balance. Melting Pot, take it away, my brother.
Yes, my brother. You know, I have endorse being skew, narrative as it relates to parents telling kids to shop or supermarket or anywhere for that matter to go and buy something. And the parents know that change supposed to come back, but the kids don't present it. For a fact, I know in my time growing up, my mother would give me a whopping. We can't just play with our change. You understand? So it's the same thing with Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness is not supposed to play Jamaica taxpayers' money because we are paying him already for work and we are paying him a very lucrative sum. Yeah? So Andrew's supposed to see with money and wish it well.
Yes.
But what my problem is, is how many people are trying to defend this man. Because me personally have a problem when my Prime Minister have 28 bank account. I see some people who are related to him in terms of the name Holiness involved with him joint account. But me not see none with him and his wife. That tell me something too. You understand? And why would my Prime Minister be allowed to have 28 bank account if he not do some form of dodgy business with the country finance and wealth? Obviously, this is why Andrew create these 28 bank accounts. Because this is how money laundering is being orchestrated. We know that for a fact because the video show you as to what constitute money laundering. We see Andrew Holness also involved where it come to layer, where we start wash the money. Him gone in a real estate business, him in a trucking, him involved in all type of things, positive media, everything. So that shows you say Andrew a businessman and is not a prime minister. But Andrew is not a clean businessman. Andrew is a dirty businessman. A man who operates as a criminal businessman. Andrew hide everything out of Jamaica binoculars. We're not supposed to see it. So when Andrew opened the business in a St. Lucia Admat, as we rightfully know, it's not so much a disguise, not paying tax. It's to disguise investigation.
Exactly.
Because Andrew don't want it to be in an environment and the space that confined to Jamaica law enforcement. So him go overseas with it. You understand? And that is where Andrew start this mass.
Because he cannot explain the source of funds in Admat. So he has to put it in St. Lucia.
Yes. You understand? And this is where we find him guilty as a damn ban. Guilty.
Guilty.
Because you watch Andrew Holness movements, and money laundering tell you say you only have to make 6 moves on the chessboard where Andrew play before you get caught. And that's what exactly happened to Andrew Holness. 6 moves show him up. Because Andrew Holness not supposed to even declare the 172 million when declared at the time to Integrity Commission. Andrew's salary couldn't put him there.
True.
At the time. So even from then, when Andrew give that statement in declaration as it relates to him valuing 172 million, Andrew was completely telling lie and deceiving the Integrity Commission.
Yes.
When Andrew went and did that interview with Fisher Abcock, same coming up politics with 47 million, that was another lie again.
Another lie.
So Andrew has been telling lie right across the board. Right across the board. You understand? And this is why we know he's not good for Jamaica. Andrew lie exceed all lie in the world. Because you cannot leave an institution and then within 2 years you have 47 million, but you are not being employed and you are not a career-driven person in terms of you serving in some lucrative place like IMF or some World Bank. Not like that. Andrew does not have a working career history. Andrew have a political career history. If you check, you don't find Andrew nowhere else being employed apart from politics. So under no circumstance, Andrew Holness is not supposed to have the money we have. And this is what we are trying to tell nasty thinking truck. Yeah. Geico Lizard, they is strong. Fishless Abcock, Big Mama and the entourage, Broadback, the whole of them, we are run out and I defend this garbage Prime Minister. This man cannot be defended. And all who is trying to defend Andrew Wallace will have egg pan them face. Whole of them are going to have egg pan them face. Because Andrew must go to prison. It's a must. It's not a if, nor a maybe. Andrew must go to prison and will end up in prison for all the wrong that he has done in Jamaica. For all the corruption, all the illicit enrichment, all the money laundering, because it does money laundering for a fact. Andrew operate like any outlaw criminal. And him use the office of the Prime Minister and the role of responsibility given to him by the electorate to do these things. Because all along, Andrew have Jamaican people as idiots. Can't read, can't check. Them not have no sense. I saw him deal with him citizen. If Andrew always did respect Jamaican citizen worldwide, locally and in the diaspora, Andrew would have never gone down this road. Andrew would have governed the country with more responsibility and more transparency. Andrew would have been a person that you can listen to and believe. But you can't believe not even one single word out of Andrew Holness' mouth. Just listen that speech or Andrew Holness have played this mass reverse psychology with politics. Everything went about the PMP. That is what the Labour Right has been doing. But Andrew, we know your vibrancy gone in the political landscape. You know, you're coming like shame and maca, but you don't have no shame. Even the back have more shame. Because the maca will quail up and fall up. But you are trying to present yourself with this bright sparks, but no sparks now come off of you no more. Because the people reject you and the people know you're liar. The people know you're thief. The people know you're criminal. The people know say you deal with corruption on a high scale. The people know say you mash up Jamaica. Many people have believed Jamaica in a mass where you call migration, run through the border because of you and your regime. What you do when time the man them commit the crime with you, you send them away so nobody can hold them for investigation. Andrew, that ply where you orchestrate it now go work. It won't work. Because we have a system that's going to hold you accountable. And that system is a credible justice system, not the anti-panky justice system where you have with man like Nancy thinking just shit minister at the helm. We have to clean up that justice system here where we have, man. So you must get all accountable for the wrongdoing. You cannot get away. So you will have a number like what Tootsie Bird sings, 5446, that's my number. I don't know what I'm going to give you. Maybe 28, something another them going to give you for your prison number. You understand? All who you have around you will help you to mash up Jamaica. The whole of you go down. You not go down because Jamaica have to free. We don't want a guy like Nasty thinking dirty truck come talk to we right now. Because him exhibit corruption on your behalf. Because him involved in it with you. This guy will go down and feed. Him supposed to even go down there. If him have any sense in distance himself from you, you couldn't give me that job and I accept it, you know. Because I know the situation you're in. Because I know the Integrity Commission does not investigate no Jamaican citizen, whether you're ordinary or you're extraordinary citizen. They don't investigate you unless they find corruption, unless they find irregularity, unless they find different variance within your declaration. Because the Integrity Commission assembled a well-professional team led by Justice Seymour Panton. And I certainly know they would not have witch hunt you without just cause. So you and your hierarchy, like Nasi, just shit minister, Big Mama, fishheadless abcock, Nasi thinking dirty broadback, Morgan, yeah, Sesame 21. The whole of you can pack up and go one side, you know. Because we just wait for the right time to come. And that right time is just around the corner. And I know the man who hold accountable is a man who deal with these type of things. Is a well, highly respected lawyer. A man who deal with the law. I go hold on. Marky G not play with you. So, man, I incite all certain allegations as it relates to Mark Mullen and come out and say, blood and fire. I can't talk the word. And the reason why I can't talk the word properly, you know. Because he's of Chinese descendant, and this is why we don't need to have no Chinese in the system. We have play a high level participation. Because when you look for Nasi thinking just shit minister, when you look for Nasi dirty crab, when you look for Guy Lizard, Dennis Strong, the whole of them are Chinese descendant. These people don't have Jamaica's best interest at their heart. Because when they look at the black people, they don't recognize us. They never like us in the first place, and we should not allow them to step foot in our parliamentary system. No black man can step foot in a, well, it's a communist, them have done at China. You understand? Them not really a parliamentary system. Them have a regime. So we are giving them people that too much leverage in our society. At time, Jamaicans stand firm. Stand firm in our building process. There are certain people that should not meddle in our affairs as it relates to our policy and our politics. Them for just there Jamaica and work hard like any ordinary Jamaican citizen. But we see these people living like some fat rat for the hard-working Jamaican citizen. And I claim we place like a for them one. And what them I do is destroy the Jamaican black people life. We have to put a stop to that. This show you said them set of people are corrupted. We see crab. I tell it the security man them say to shoot and then what ask question after. Oh, you can't kill people, ask question. Them man are not shoot for you stay alive, them man are shoot to kill. Him said don't carry them in, no use no ambulance when you shoot them, left them there for dead. All them type of narrative there. We hear it all time out. Now you see this guy you come back Andrew Wallace and discredit the Integrity Commission. Using peer PR and lie. Because Andrew can't find nobody else to work him, so him call out this nasty, just shit minister. Him is a piece of shit. This man here, I want the people up a grand spend. Get rid of him, you know. Get rid of him because you see the man up there where them get rid of. That businessman that we used to race car down a Vernon Field. We have the whole heap of business where you used to feed and look after up a grand spend. Member, shock them apart. That man the demise. Because you know, you hear them up their mouth and say nothing. For one of them, you know. If it's a part of the PSOJ and the business community, people them that, but them not say nothing about the man that demise. We don't even know when the man bury or if him bury. We don't know if a burial or cremate him get. You never hear nothing. But he was a prominent man from within Truck constituency where him nasty thinking dirty Truck represent. But you know, you hear nothing talk about that man there. Because that man there says something in regards to what them are do with the corruption, with the importation of substance in our country. The man said, nah, take the rapping now, go down alone. How much day after that he live? Not even a week, them get rid of him. Then Jamaica walk no nice, no man. We not see the direction where the country are go. The country under suppression from the hierarchies. The country run like a bandit society. Where the people where you choose and elect to carry the country forward, them supposed to be role model to the youth them coming up. These are the same people who have break the law, the same people who have commit this high level atrocity in our country. We have to get rid of them. Them no good. Labor rights know that we are factor, you know. And you have some of the labor rights that will come out and speak the truth and say, well, things bad. But you have some lunatic, we don't call them the diarted. Them they are the lunatic one. We are run behind nasty thinking go to Andrew Wallace. Them now no food for them table, you know. Andrew Wallace have 28 bank accounts and 473 million around 2-3 of them. But then again, we have to look on who allow that. So we have to now start focus on BOJ, Bank of Jamaica. Bank of Jamaica must say all of these things, you know, with Andrew Wallace, you know. And they must become aware and say to themselves, and then, come on, our Prime Minister reach to this height in a wealth. And they must get the report because the Bank of Jamaica is the parent bank for all these commercial banks. They have to supervise these commercial banks. How did they miss Andrew Wallace's activity, illegal activity with NCB? How did they? But many Jamaicans suffer at the hands of that same NCB. That NCB has been ripping off people. That NCB has been doing malpractice with the Prime Minister as related to bank account being opened without any money being deposited. As related to vast amount of money are come inside and place, but him not question it. But if me as a Jamaican I send anything over just $1 over the limit, me have to submit document, which happened to me in the past. I can remember in 2013, somewhere there about, I sent down a couple of million down there. And when I go down, I sent it down about 6 weeks before I leave the UK. And when I go down there, them still hold my money. And them ask me all type of question, even though I did submit them from up here. You know what I have to do? I have to take a manager.
Oops, some internet frozen.
Like melting pot, internet frozen. All right, so let us get into the next subtopic. The next subtopic that we are going to get into, trust me, people, it's going to be Bangarang. Now we are going to show the history as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party, because we have seen certain narratives being building up, right, as it relates to Desmond Mackenzie shouting out those narratives of violence. We see Andrew Holness, right, endorsing those narratives of violence. We see Delroy Chuck now endorsing those narratives of violence. And so then you can see where, you know, they want to trend in that route. But let me show you something, Jamaican people. Let us look at this. Get into Brat, right? And we are going to have the GenSec also speaking on the issue where that is concerned. So let us hear what the GenSec has to say.
Following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
Good day. I am Dr. Dayton Campbell, General Secretary of the People's National Party. I'm issuing a grave warning. Prime Minister Holness and his JLP cabinet are accelerating Jamaica's drift towards autocracy. Their recent actions reveal a deliberate, unmistakable pattern. The mask has fully slipped. The JLP leadership's conduct shows dangerous contempt for democracy. When their deputy leader vows to never surrender Jamaica, framing the PNP not as legitimate competitors, but as an existential enemy, that signals an intent for permanent rule, not democratic governance. And when the Prime Minister himself declares the JLP doesn't need the opposition for accountability, that dismisses Parliament's constitutional role. It rejects checks and balances. It's the language of a leader who believes he's beyond scrutiny, a hallmark of authoritarianism. This is a clear and present danger. The Wholeness Cabinet's actions are a systematic assault on the pillars of our free society. Therefore, the PNP will relentlessly challenge the autocratic trajectory using every constitutional means at our disposal. I urge civil society, the media, and every Jamaican who values fairness and accountability. Recognize this threat, stand firm. Jamaica's democracy must be defended. Thank you.
As I said, Jamaica, and as the Gangster said, based on the political rhetorics that we have been hearing, right, going down the road of violence, it is very serious. And we are going to show the history why it is very serious. What I'm going to show tonight is going to not really surprising because people know, right, what the Jamaica Labour Party known for as it relates to flooding Jamaica with guns. Now, I am going to reveal something, even a concern from Dudu's mother. You hear what I'm saying, Jamaica? I am going to show you something, even a concern from Dudu's mother. Now, it's to show you the level of corruption as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, let us go into the next clip. Now, we are juggling, and as I said, people, we are going to show you what the Jamaica Labour Party made up of.
Then made this comment.
All the people who are colluding, sharing information, and secretly trying to undermine this young man. And some of them should be ashamed of themselves. Because I bet you, if you had another name, and him had family background, nobody wouldn't touch him. But because him come from a humble place.
And so Mr. Mackenzie vowed to defend the integrity of the Prime Minister.
We are not, as a party, going to allow the PNP and its leadership to construct and to deliver anything that is going to destroy the image of Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister and leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. And labor rights are saying this tonight. If it means that labor rights must take to the streets of this country in defense of Andrew Holness, then we are prepared to go out there and defend.
And TVJ News.
If labor rights has to defend, right, take the street and defend Andrew Holness, the labor right has to go there. Those are some of the side messages being sending, the signal being sending to prepare for violence. But Jamaica, where we are going tonight, I am going to shock the nation in terms of where we are going tonight. Now, let me tell you something. Jamaica Labour Party is a criminal network. Jamaica Labour Party is the biggest gang out of Jamaica. Jamaica Labour Party, right, rise the shower posse. The shower posse guilty of many killings, both locally and abroad. The whole world know that. Now, you are going to see where the Jamaica Labour Party stores big machine guns. I am not talking about M16, and AR-15. We are talking about high-level army material, serious gun like GPMG, general purpose machine gun. Now, let us open the can of worms and show Jamaica what Jamaica Labour Party stand for. Grizzly big boar found in Tivoli. Let us get it, people. Let me show you that the guns, them what you see coming through the ports, right? Organized by the Jamaica Labour Party. Gangsters and mobsters. Flooding, right? The recent guns that you have seen coming through our ports are guns coming in to prepare for violence, political violence. Let me show you the history, people. Let's get into it.
A mere 24 hours after Christopher Dulles Coke was sentenced to 23 years in a US jail after pleading guilty to racketeering and conspiracy charges, a number of high-powered weapons were unearthed just meters from the community which he controlled. The weapons, two .50 caliber rifles and one M14 rifle, were found alongside 600 rounds of ammunition in an area known as Rasta City, which adjoins the Tivoli Gardens community. The find comes 2 years after the police high command indicated there was a .50 caliber Grizzly big bore sniper rifle in the community. The Jamaica Constabulary Force say they are yet to make an arrest in connection with the find on Saturday, June 9, but said that the weapons were found during a 5-hour police operation.
Okay. Let me prepare you, Jamaica. Let me prepare you. Now, let us dig for the clip. So when we're talking about these guns that you see surfacing and Andrew Holness acting as if, oh, you know, yeah, it is the new technical system that we're putting in and we are able to find guns. It is the United States give them the intel that guns are coming in. They are the ones who are sourcing in the guns, right, preparing for political violence, right? And I want Jamaica to be aware, right, as it relates to how Tivoli was heavily equipped with what we call the big bore. Those are no. People need to understand the caliber type of weapon that we just featured here as the capability to mash down a building and steel, move away steel, separate walls and separate steel. That big bore caliber, that in Tivoli, right? And as we know, right, they could have many of them there. That sort of big bore, that capable to melt walls, tear up steel. Those are the weapons found in Tivoli Gardens, right? So then, when you are talking about, we have the history of the Jamaica Labour Party sourcing these weapons. Now, but hear what Dudu's family has to say. Now, let us get into it. Praising the Jamaican drug lord.
Of being one of the most dangerous drug lords in the world. On Thursday, Christopher Coke, otherwise known as Dudus, was put on a plane bound for the United States, where he'll face charges of drug trafficking and arms dealing. As he was being flown out of Jamaica, his supporters in the neighborhood of Tivoli Gardens led us to his mother.
When he decided to go to the United States and hand himself, did you support that decision?
Yeah.
Why?
With a fear trial.
What did you fear? What did you fear that could happen to him?
Them could kill him out here.
She says she is confident that he will be back in Jamaica soon. This is the entrance to the neighborhood that was the stronghold of Christopher Dudus Coke. As we can see in the entrance, the military have set up a checkpoint, and the curfew has been extended in this zone. The streets today are calm. In sharp contrast to the war zone this place became last month, when the Jamaican military went on a manhunt for Coke. 73 civilians were killed in the crossfire. Here, Coke remains a hero.
We can sleep peaceful at night and everything. Him provide everything good for the people in Tivoli Garden.
Because he's a good man. He's good for the people. Take care of the children, help them to go to school, take care of the old people. He's good for the community.
He also took care of prominent politicians who relied upon his great power with people here to help deliver elections. If he goes to trial and implicates members of the government in wrongdoing, it could have serious consequences, according to some.
If it is that some of the citizens whose names are called, if that happen to be part of the government, it could cause an early election and it could in fact bring a government down.
This area is now heavily militarized. Authorities say they have to maintain a police presence here to keep the capital stable. But every day, dozens here file complaints of abuses by the military to local public defenders. Edward's wife, Katrina, was killed during street battles. And after 1 month, he has still not gotten the body back. As authorities say, investigations are ongoing.
It's hard. It's very hard now. Taking care of 3 kids without a mother. What you know, they grew up with their mother, they used to the mother. It's a very hard situation.
I want to show Jamaica the mess. This is what brought down Bruce Golden government. Dudos was one of those who fund Bruce Golden government into power. And it is the same situation with Dudos that brought down Bruce Golden. Bruce Golden has to resign in 2011 and bring in who? Andrew Holness. Bruce Golden resigned in 2011 because of the pressure, because of this mess start up with Dudos. He also revealed information that the United States had given him intel that the United States provided him. He communicated it to Dudos. This is the government, the GLP government. Have you seen People's National Party ever mix up in a them the bang around there? The intel that the United States provided the Jamaican Labour Party government, right? That intel was shared with Dudos. That is what brought down Bruce Golden and forced him to resign because guess what? The United States would have put them under pressure. Right? So when we talk about the level of corruption, the drugs, the guns, and the gun transshipment, Jamaica Labour Party, known for that. They are the for that. They are the ones who flooded the streets of Jamaica with guns. Remember the 320 pipe bombs. Where do you think it come from? Where do you think it come from? And you did it fine. In Tivoli Garden region. People remember. The 220 firearms. We did it fine. In Tivoli Gardens region. Right? Let's be smart people. We are not stupid. Right? This is what the Jamaica Labour and Andrew Holness has been a part of this. Andrew Holness was in Bruce's cabinet. Andrew Holness came out of Bruce's cabinet into power and challenged Portia Simpson and lost in 2012. Remember, people, let me remind you. So what we are dealing with that a system, a gangster system that camouflages itself as a political party, right, under the disguise of political representation. They are criminals. They connected to some serious criminals. They themselves are criminals. People don't get it wrong. You know. They have the evidence. United States also have the evidence. They are criminals. From Delaware Chuck come straight down. They are serious criminals. And so then when they see that plane can come right on the island, cross land on the island, and you can't get any investigation to complete that. What do you think? Jamaica Labour Party. Now imagine that you have one area, right, in West Kingston, where guns always found, and you can't question the Jamaica Labour Party member who own the port. The Jamaica Labour Party member who own it, you know. So why he has not been interrogated? Well, you have to understand why he has not been interrogated, just like how Patrick Bailey has not been interrogated. Why Patrick Bailey has not been interrogated? Because Patrick Bailey was Andrew Holness' lawyer, and Patrick Bailey know where all the skeleton lies. Think of people. So this man who control the port, where clear guns coming through the ports, he cannot be interrogated, and one of the reasons why he cannot be interrogated, because he also knows where all the skeletons lie. So and only Patrick Bailey alone, but Brad like chop shot line. Team but Brad too. They can't touch Patrick Bailey and question Patrick Bailey as it relates to a particular murder that done in his house. They can't question this man who own the port, or interrogate him, or have him arrested. And most of the guns that come through the port, no one get arrested. Think of it, people. No one get arrested. And here is Andrew Holness running out. Yes, we are spending millions of dollars and increased technologies with all of that, custom officers. And yes, they are finding the weapons. Finding the weapons. So I don't want to really use an expletive, right? Finding the weapons. A United States Intel, the boss, you know. United States Intel are digging up. Because, come on, the poor people of Jamaica, when you want to put them through 1980 again, they hide the wrongdoings, and you want to hide the wrongdoings. And you want many people go to the grave unnecessary for you to keep your money where you lose. And I ask the people if you go out on the street, John Desmond Mackenzie, they ask the people if you go out and fight for no. Did you, any of you, have given any one of them any of the note? And now you're asking them to go out and fight. You fight for you for what? To fight for you? Did they tell you? The people vote for you. Did they tell you to go in and steal? Remember Andrew Holness when I started corruption? When Ahmad started in 2008, what happened? You were only getting $6 million per year. $6 million per year you were getting. Let me remind you. And with the $6 million, you were able to buy what? 5 properties. Where did the money from? Eh? Where did you get the money from? Getting $6 million per year. You getting 6. Juliet Holness getting about 5. Right? And remember, 2007. Between 2007 to 2009, you have about 6 properties at McBuy. And the 6 properties value more than $51 million. So check your money. Check the money. Check the money what you getting at the time. Right? And you buy more than $51 million in property through ADMA. And you don't want Jamaica talk about it? Eh? You and Delroy Chuck coming out, speaking out what? What are you speaking? What can you defend? You can't defend Andrew Holness and him wrongdoing and corruption. Andrew Holness is extremely corrupted. And this level of greed is unmeasurable. The illegal awarding of contracts through Gavin, and then have SSL as a system which for to trick Jamaican investors. This is very vicious, you know. Set up SSL, Imam Kraskeri, rise back SSL. Remember, Jamaican people, it is a very same SSL responsible in the 1990s financial meltdown. You know. People, let me remind you. You don't never know. You don't never know. Boy, melting pot, internet, they give melting pot a lot of problem. It is the same SSL that involved in the 1990s financial meltdown that created FinSAC, that caused FinSAC to come in, the financial adjustment to come in and try to fix the problem. Paul Cheng Young and Associates. Yes, and Andrew Wallace knew about it. And Andrew Wallace raised it back. Him and Paul, him and Craskerry. That's why Craskerry called him Prince Andrew. I don't remember no people. Why you think Craskerry called him Prince Andrew? Craskerry crowned him Prince Andrew because, of course, now, the prince is going to make him rich. Yes, the prince allow him. So when push us into government, stop SSL, Andrew, reissue them the license to function, to trick Jamaica tax. Hey, let me tell you something, Andrew. When you say level of wickedness, you have to pay for it. Honestly, you have to pay for it. Right? When the push us into government, catch up on SSL and realize that SSL was a Ponzi scheme, the push us into led government lock them down. What Andrew Wallace did? What Andrew Wallace did? Reissue them the license. Reissue them the license. Remember. Right? And remember that they existed under Bruce Bolden government when Andrew Wallace was a part of the cabinet. People remember. Remember this information. Don't be fooled. Portia Simpson came into power 2012, right? And catch on to them that they are dealing with some monkey business. Portia Simpson locked them down. And what Andrew Wallace did. Andrew Wallace reissued them the license. And what SSL ended up did. Rob the investors. And what we have seen as it relates to the whistleblower, Daryl Vaz, GLP have several accounts in SSL. Several accounts in SSL. When you see the trick of people, and this one come out the ask the third term, me and you tonight, Andrew. You come out the ask the third term, when you use SSL, right, to rob and loot from the people and the extension of your wickedness. Here what you have also done, you put NHT, the NIS, the tax, all of that money, taxpayers' money into SSL, where you and you want to know say it's a Ponzi scheme, and you're silent about it. You remain silent because you and Nigel Clark put all of the taxpayers' monies in there, the NIS, the tax, you name it, put it in there. What happened to the money? When you know very well it is a Ponzi scheme or something that will cook up to rob investors, and you claim now say you love Jamaica and you are national, the way you thief, you are a thief the national of a People's National Party. You thief. But you're national and you have national interest. Which part of you have national interest? The only national interest you have is for you and your colleagues them rob the Jamaican people and continue to rob the Jamaican people. But we are going to stop you in this general election. We are not going to allow you the chance to do that. Right? You're indeed a criminal, sir. Right? Every evidence is showing and you can't explain your wealth. Now, so let me just breeze back and bring in Spinks in the matter. Go in, Spinks.
Okay, Uncle Byron. I want the Laborites and I want all Jamaicans right here in my voice. Understand this. The Jamaican Labour Party does not believe in democracy. Not even within their own party have they ever exercised democracy. Let's go back to when Andrew Williams became a leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. They had a first internal election, and I understand, allegedly, that Andrew Holness switched out his T-shirt with the other person's, his opponent's T-shirt with opponent's money to buy votes. So within their own internal race, in quotation mark, for the leadership of the party at the time. So, and if you come again back right now, recently, when you look at delegates again voting for members of parliament to return, Mali Malahu, 225 delegates voted. 25 voted for her to return as member of parliament, and yet she's still the candidate. So that tells you that look at the cost between most of the seats that they are having right now. They did not use delegates to vote in the person that they want. They want to put in the persons that they favor, the leader favor, who Andrew favor, because guess what happened? He wants to remain leader of the party. So everybody he's putting into a seat are people who are going to back him into remaining leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. In their candidate selections for the past numbers of years, they have not used their delegates to vote in a candidate or choose a candidate for any seat at all. It's always a favored candidate here or there that they put in to each seat to replace who they want to put in. Example, South Trelawney. Mamadi came back because of what? They couldn't find any other candidate to replace her. Did they ask anybody else to take her place? No, they did not. Did they ask anyone else to go up against her? No, they did not. Just put her back, install her back into the seat as a candidate. No process of internal election was done for any of these candidates. So within their own party, they don't practice democracy. They don't know that word. So how can we expect them who do not even practice and respect internal democracy in choosing their leader and in choosing candidates to represent them? How can we expect them to overall respect democracy for the entire country? And that's all I have to say right now.
Oh, make it show the extreme wickedness again. Let us juggle down. Right, the health minister giving end of month, right? This government who promising, right? Them take 200 and 300% raise, you know.
Right.
Pressing, right? Our public workers, right? Now let us read my people here. Health Ministry giving end of month deadline to cough up payments owed to workers. The union that represents public sector employees has warned the Ministry of Health and Wellness that delays in payment owed to some of its members will not be tolerated. Then I think Andrew when said the country
is doing well. Yeah.
The country is doing well. He thinks not that Andrew said beyond the end of this month.
Exactly.
If I love my week. Right? The warning from the Jamaica Civil Service Association came yesterday after staff at Bellevue Hospital in Kingston were notified via an internal memo that overtime allowance will not be paid for June. So where the money gone? Where the money gone? Right?
To buy the drill.
Money, they don't really have no money in the kitty, you know. Where the money gone?
To buy the drill.
Exactly. The memo seen by the Gleaner noted that the Minister of Finance and the Public Service previously indicated that the payments were scheduled to be disbursed in the first quarter of 2025 to eligibly monthly paid officers. Today, no such funds have been received. Take the memo, take it away. Today, no such funds have been released. But hold on there. None of them alone have problem in the people. Watch here now. The group over nationwide here. Right? And I want to say, as it relates to our public work sector, public work sector, public sector, the public sector workers, right? The doctors, the nurses, the police, right? They all are having problem now in terms of getting their money. Yes. They all having problem in terms of getting their money.
Getting their money.
Problem is here, and yet him claim say everything is nice and dandy and this and poverty from 18% to 9%, right? Unemployment rate down and inflation is down. Now him say everything merry. You know what's on people? Police Federation and government to meet as rank and file, restive over time. And this is from November 24 now. Right? And the problem still there. The Police Federation and the Ministry of Finance are set to have a meeting to discuss added hours of for rank and file members this Friday. That's according to Police Federation Chairman Sergeant Arlene McBean, who addressed members on Wednesday. Right, so let us play this and hear what.
We participated last week in various events, retirement function. We also wrote to the Minister of Finance and the Public Service regarding the outstanding added hours. We got a response, and I am happy to say that we got a meeting date for this Friday, November 29th, 2024.
All right. Take that away, honey. Let us travel on. Now, I want to big up, former chairman, right, Rowan James, who had lobbied, right, very hard for the police officers. And to show you the wickedness of the government, right, to the fact that Mr. James is lobbying on behalf of these rank and file police. You understand? He has been abused, to say the least, right? Set upon by the JLP administration, right? To make the man seems like he's a wrongdoer, while the man is just definitely working for the rank and file for them to get better wages. But let us get into that. Now listen what the former chairman
of national security, which we believe that it was shameful. In light of the predicament that we are faced with, even police officers don't have the basic commodity, such as even stationery, to appreciate the public's report. And for us to be going through all of this at this time, and people are making it appear as if all is well, it is not well.
Have you...
My colleague who are being underpaid having to pay $1,000 to prepare a case file, knowing that if they don't prepare that case file, our commissioner of police with the policies will be able to bring him to a disciplinary proceeding hearing to ensure that he's brought to books for failing to prepare and to submit a case file of a citizen's complaint, which the state have a responsibility to provide the resources. And that basic commodity is not being provided. Several stations are out of stationery. Sub-officers having to provide those resources. And people behaving as if we are mendicants in this country. It is time they understand that law enforcement in this country means something for the citizens. We are the only vanguard between lawlessness and the law-abiding citizens of this country. Persons must be held accountable. Accountability is first and foremost and paramount.
Let me ask you, Corporal James, you also took a swipe at the SOEs.
And I'm saying, Sanjay, proximity policing has proven to be a success more than the SOEs. And I make no apology.
So is it that you're suggesting that your rank and file members are not in support of the state of public emergency?
I will say again, Sanjay, proximity policing has reaped more results than SOEs.
So you're not in support of the SOE. I want to be very clear. I don't want to misinterpret.
Proximity policing has reaped more success than SOEs.
So again, your rank and file members They are
We
not in
support
support of the
proximity
SOE.
policing, Andre.
Okay. I think
it affords us the knowledge to engage the citizenry of this country and to know what is happening in the spaces. The SOE does not provide for that to happen. And I see it without any fear of contradiction.
So your police officers are not happy, Corporal James? That's what
They
you're
are
telling
indeed
me?
not happy. Because even when SOEs are called, we are out there without the basic necessities.
Oh.
Sad.
So when these things are happening, there is absolutely nothing in logistics that is put in place so that the men and women who are out there giving can ultimately have even abolition house to relieve themselves. They have to be going to people's premises.
My God.
What are you saying? But the government indicated that they have provided extra.
That's a lie, Sandre.
Lie.
So you hold on. So you don't get the extra money that
Sandre, that's a lie.
The portable toilets that they mentioned, the meals that they mentioned, you're not getting any of that, Corporal James?
Even the tents that are supposed to be erected, some places that our colleagues are placed, even to operate from in darkness, it is a detriment to them. It is because criminal elements in this country still have a little regard for law enforcement.
So looking generally then at the matter of the SOEs and how it's going about, you don't think that you can reap any success from it?
Sanjay, again, what it does is to place the rank and file membership under undue stress when you overcrowd the lockups and still want to hold us responsible. Do I need to go further?
Oh,
exactly.
Yes, I need to go further, sir.
Jamaica needs to understand that if you have 300 criminal elements, why can't we go spear fishing instead of net fishing?
So in a sense then, the proposal, for example, for the pre-charge detention, I don't know if you're able to review that proposal put forward.
I've not been able to do that, Sanjay.
Oh, okay. So I won't press you on that one. But in a sense then, the spearfishing approach would be better. But what about the suggestion that, look, the SOEs, it is saving lives because the people want to see the police on the ground, more boots on the ground, and they feel safe when you have the SOE in place. That's a
Sanjay,
statement put forward.
when you have police static and then gunmen down the other corner, you can't move from where you are? That spells sense to you? Does that spell sense?
Get that. Repeat that.
When you're at point A and gunman is just at point B committing atrocities and you cannot move to go and to respond to the citizen need, does that spell sense when you are lacking in the amount of resources in the first instance?
Okay.
I want for you to answer that.
No, I'm listening to you, Corporal James. I'm not in the position. I can't really answer that one at all. But
you see, the thing about it, Sanjay, if the Police Federation is being listened to and our recommendations are being taken seriously on board, we don't have to be at cross purposes.
So
but it is
in essence,
critical to note that I don't believe that our government, our employer, and our elected representatives are serious to take on board the well-being and welfare of the men and women who make the ultimate sacrifice.
All right.
So that we can effectively serve the citizens.
That's something that the panel have to talk about.
But
time and time again, right, we hear, the health minister, Christopher Tufton, came out and brags that they spent billions of dollars in healthcare. But as far as how we look, we can't see those billions of dollars spent. Where the billions of dollars spent? Wait there, we can't see. We also hear, right, the Minister of Security right, or is strong. Or they spend billions of dollars. And we look and we can't see it. Right? The police need basic amenities. Right? Lack of body cams, right? Lack of vehicles, right? And the amount of money that they put on and they show load on top of their voice that they spend. Where the money there? Where it is? When we see that through the healthcare, you have one new surgical machine that value the mark said $4 million, and you spend $31 million that could buy about 5 or 6 of those, knowing to the fact that we have a dilapidated healthcare system. We have a security force that handicapped by not having the basic amenities. Come on. The former chairman, Rowan James, is speaking out on these issues. But yet, you hear that billions spent, and as far as you can look, as wide as you can look, you wonder to yourself, where are the money that being spent? Or am I not seeing it? As it relates to physical inventories. We can't able to, to audit these things. They are not there. So if they are not there, what happened? The money gone into their pockets, my people. This administration targeting, robbing the resources of the Jamaican people, and to every contract being given out by the Jamaican Labour Party administration, Jamaica, you are going to feel it. Every single contract that being given out, you are going to feel it. Some original hospital that started at a refurbishment at $2 billion. Now gone over $21 billion, and where Tufton now is making adjustment, telling lie. It is $9 billion spent, because guess what? He cannot account for the variances. So it's physically lying that no, $21 billion didn't spend. Then why it was budgeted? Budgeted. If it didn't spend, why was it budgeted? And then we saw now the documents is showing that $15 billion gone to the Chinese contractor. And people, we can tell you something. Me the talk now, this I want to see. It no really means that the Chinese contractor get $15 billion. That don't only depend on paper. Them could have said, okay, all right, the Chinese get 15 billion, and for the Chinese them might only see about $4 or $5 million outside, and the rest gone in them pocket. And so then the Chinese now make no effort to push it further, because the Chinese want money. The Chinese want their money, so then now push it down further. You can use the common sense for people, because most of the money down in their pocket through nepotism and cronyism. And so then the Chinese secretly are forced with the government that the government needs to pay up some money before they to push. And so then we can bet on the people that the People's National Party is going to take it over, because you hear now that came out in the Gleaner that it is going to be delayed and next 5 months. I'm going to check it. Next 5 months, JP now out of power. The next 5 months, JLP out of power. So this is what JLP had done now. I'm going to talk people. I'm going to reason. This is what JLP had done now. JLP had started a project where they claim, right, the project cost is $2 billion. Right? Now, the same JLP administration pushed up the project to $5 billion. Now, when that is not enough for them, right, and they want dip in at the kitty again, right, they also push up the budget, push it up to $21 billion. Now Christopher Tufton is coming on and said, well, I mean, we didn't use it. the 21 million is for projected costs and so forth. We didn't use it. However, here it is that the hospital is not moving. And now it seems that they want to know dig for more money. They want to dig for more money. So where is $21 million? And let us ask the question. Did the Chinese company indeed get $15 billion?
15 billion.
Can you imagine? Did the Chinese company indeed get $15 billion? Because it looks like there's a problem there. Them there to tell lie for the Chinese, them, you know. And so then if the Chinese don't get their money to push the bit. No, look at the question, people. If someone pay me to do a job and me get my money, you don't think me going to do the job? Me just ask a question. I think what more come in right also. Right?
Well,
Tough time, $2 billion can original started out at. Right? Then it pushed to 5 billion. Then it pushed to 21 billion. And then right now it's stuck. Can original can't move. Now let me ask. You know, believe, say, all right, if me's a contractor, I mean you get paid. Don't me ever do the work?
Yeah, man.
You understand? Me get paid for it. And so then, can they explain why the work push back for 5 months? Because I have the money when it's in part. And the people have decided, say, listen to me, if I don't get no money, I don't do no job, I don't do no work.
So true.
Come in.
So true. But we know them commission Cornwall Regional Hospital as a scheme to rob Jamaica taxpayers' money. They use that entity to fuel all the money that you see being missing. Most of it go through that. So if you notice, it remains a part of a project throughout the entire GLP administration tenure. And so when we look at what is happening now, for that project to be still in a stalemate, requiring a further 5 months before completion, it is telling you that the money has not been paid over to these people who we know when them a build quick and fast, them coming like mad the Chinese them when them a work. So if you pay them, the work will get done. These people don't stall. These people has been building right around the world.
Exactly.
And everything else done on time, apart from Cornwall Regional Hospital over 7 years going 8 years now. So we know exactly, yeah, we know exactly when them talk about the $15 billion, yeah, we go to the Chinese them. Maybe as you say, Byron, nothing like that. Seriously? Them give them less than the 15 billion. This is why Andrew don't have no black man of any authority on that project, you know.
Yes.
Because information will leak long time. Would I know the true scale of where I go on?
Here you go.
So him have pure Chinese working there at the top level. Yeah. Where we can't get no information on the ground. Not now come back in the local community. Because remember the Chinese them live separately in Jamaica, you know. Them have their own community.
All right, what I'm going to go something we can continue, but more strengthen your argument. Remember, a lot of Jamaica contractors are complaining to the Chinese that the Chinese don't pay them, you know.
Exactly.
Remember that Jamaica contractors that so the complaint say the Chinese supervisors them pay them for months, you know. But remember, Andrew owners them not engaging in that and defend that, you know. The Chinese government don't pay them for months because the government don't pay the Chinese.
Exactly.
Thank you.
This is what is happening.
Exactly.
But going further back, yeah, even from the original documents where you put out with Dodos. Yes. I want Jamaican people know say what Dodos' mother said is a result of she knowing how corrupted the Jamaica Labour Party is. And how vicious and how violent they are and the type of network where them run.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
This is why, you know, she said she rather him go to US can get a fair trial.
Yes.
Right? If you listen to what Bert Samuel also said, it goes to show you say things bad in our security system in Jamaica. Because Andrew Wallace operate on the notion of what he knew about Edward Seaga and Bruce Golding, how them operate.
Yes.
Andrew knows that the Labour Party is highly associated with criminal activities and some serious criminal from within their party.
Yes.
So when you say Andrew Wallace come and do what he's doing right now, is as a result of the two previous prime ministers from the Jamaica Labour Party. Because remember Edward Seaga, film track record, it no good when it comes to corruption and crime. Bruce Golding show him on 50,000 US paid out for free somebody where America want for investigation for top level criminality.
Yes.
Telling lies that him don't know anything about the funding. Then the next guy come out and say it's party funding. So right there and then, Darrell Vaughn, yeah, says party funding. You understand? So we know right there and then that this government is a liar government, is a criminal government, and is a government that support criminals and criminality.
Yes.
So when we look on Cornwall Beryllium Hospital, that is another part of them criminality scheme. I've been saying it all along. No project in the history anywhere in the world does not start out with a projected figure of $2 billion and now reaching almost $30 billion and still require a further 5 months to completion. When you have Chinese working as the top man them on that project, these people don't ramp when it comes to work.
Exactly.
So something is fundamentally wrong with Beryllium Hospital. The Chinese them don't get paid. Just like the civil servant and the police.
Yes.
Just like the athletes them were not getting no look after by the Jamaica Amateur Athletics Association, the J3As. Everything is bad in Jamaica. And why? Because this government has stolen the majority of Jamaican wealth. So there's nothing to circulate to build the country, to make sure the citizens are well looked after. When you can't cripple the health sector, come on. Which government cripple the health sector? And I go and tell the people why they cripple the health sector. Because they don't have any job. If them have jobs going, they want a healthy society so them can work. This government don't specialize in creating new jobs. This government relies on tax incentive to run the country. This is why you say Andrew take 12 years from the airport. When Mark G go there, him can't take no money from this, so they just run like a big skeleton.
My God.
At several years, Mark G have to wait before him go and get money from the airport. Because this government has really took a vast amount of money. We don't see what them do with it. Not put up as structure so well then them take the money and do this. Them not pay off none of the debt we owe with the money. So we are asked Andrew Wallace, what have you done with that 12-year money that you take from the airport? What have you done with all these billions of dollars that come to the island throughout the pandemic period? What have you done with the special grant that came for the LGBTQ community? And you have a whole lot to answer to.
A whole lot. A whole lot.
What are you doing with the money that you're getting from the tourism sector? What have you done with all the money that you have gotten from all these sales of Jamaican property as it relates to those beach property that Vaz sold. The other day, Vaz went and collect, what, 40 million, something like that, you know. US know about that. So who did that money came to Jamaica for?
Yeah, exactly.
Where is that money?
You collected 40
so when
in Mexico.
Exactly. So when I see these idiots who are trying to defend one of the world's most wanted criminal, because right now, Andrew, anywhere else in the world, him there, him wanted. Him wanted. No two ways about it. Him could not walk up and down free and the platform and speak. Him couldn't even know parliament. He would have to be behind bars long time.
Long time.
So the high level of criminality, Andrew know about the blueprint from Edward Seaga and from Bruce Golding. What Andrew is doing is merely carrying the baton. He has received the baton from Bruce Golding, because Bruce Golding make him who him is today. Bruce Golding endorsed him to be the next party leader. The people have never want him to begin with. Most of the people in the party at the time was in favor of Adler Shah.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is why he had to bombard up by National Arena, invade the space. Right, invade the space of his own party leadership election.
And steal the election from Aldershot.
Steal it. Who come out and make the announcement? Say the winner is Andrew Wallet. Nasty, dirty thinking, hugging tie. Another criminal. A criminal that gone with billions of Jamaican dollars. A man that should be behind bars.
Definitely.
Because remember, you know, this guy no only steal Jamaican money, you know. This guy destroyed Jamaican citizens' life as it relates to this 13-year-old that he had sexual activity for 5 years. That we see a happy David come to Jamaica and we see what them do with it. We know hear it make mention. But we did see them style before as it relates to Dan Query. 2 same similar charges against him. None of them he was ever convicted of. So this just show you how the Labour Party operates. Is a party that operates on high corruption and criminality activity. And so Andrew Holness finds himself in a shit pit right now. Andrew Holness, nothing cannot save Andrew Holness. Even the church where am I supposed to shove him out? I don't know them keep him inside there. 7-day Adventists, wake up. We don't need to show some authority within the fraternity. Wake up. This man not supposed to attend no church and be a member of the nomination. Him supposed to go on side. This man is an outlaw criminal. This man mash up the same country we no live in. But now endorse him. Something wrong with no man. Andrew Holness must not even contest the general election. Argentine of a contest it either, because rape charge come with affidavits from UK. Sworn affidavit. No way I'm supposed to live on the ballot. Me can guarantee anywhere else in the world them man are behind bars long time and can't participate in no politics. Mama Cow not supposed to run either. Because she charged for criminality just recently. And all the rest of them who are under investigation must not run as well. So I would mind the Integrity Commission highlight who they are. Because true democracy would not have them participating in any election. But we know when the time comes, the whole of them have to go. If you don't go one way, you go another. So if the IC don't get to know out, the voters will. And I know for a fact they are 63 and all. Because Tivoli Garden people have to rise up, you know. Because now suffer down the right now. Remember this man, them staying up in the community, you know, worldwide. 70 odd, the report said die down there, but we know it's more than 70 odd. But let's just use the figure 70 odd. That never happened nowhere else in Jamaica, you know, in a one community. Over a short space of time. And the trauma, wanna suffer, I know it still lingers on. You know, have to rid yourself from this monster we farm around, you know. No community they're supposed to have no gunship attached to it. Where people afraid people come interact with you down there. Come on, if you live somewhere, people supposed to can come look for you anytime and feel free. But for the things set up a different way. People scared to come in out of the community. You cannot live like that. And you people down there have been living this way for the entire time that I know, which is more than 50 years. This is the life of that community, and it is bad. So when Dodo's mother come out and say what she said, is a result of what happened to Jim Brown.
Right.
She know Dodo should have met the same fate.
Yes.
She know that if the local authority have him, they would have got rid of him. Based on the sensitive nature of the investigation, Dodos would have had to tell the US investigator what he know about these hierarchy men from within the Jamaica Labour Party. And so, to protect themselves, they wanted to do what they want to do with him. To shut him up from speaking out about the corruption and the involvement of these hierarchies men.
Yeah, because
so
his mother expressed fear.
Definitely, Byron.
Yeah.
So when you see Dodos reaching at the stage, it just shows us that them not care for nobody else. Because if the top man can't meet out them type of, you know, situation yeah, involving him, yeah, then who is the ordinary citizen? Nobody to them. So now have to move away from the culture there. Because Jim Brown, him gone at the hands of the Labour Party. Everybody know that. He met a fiery death. Just like what happened to the old people them at Evelyn Tide home. Because them like that thing there, you know. I remember, you know. And the same type of chemical. Yes, the same type of chemical. Them use. That's why that's why general that's why GP burned down so quick. Yeah. That's why nobody couldn't save Jim Brown. And the same high flammable substance them use. So Dodo's mother know exactly the game where them are playing. Yeah? And if she can cry out, with Dodo's end up in the hand of the United States law enforcement, they're not telling us something bad in Jamaica.
But remember, them kill Nigel Clark uncle to you need to talk about that.
Exactly. In the same period of time, up on Plantation Heights Hill.
All right.
You understand? So them people on a ramp, them don't ramp, them not play. Because for you to protect your corruption endeavor, you know, you have to get rid of any threat to rise up around you where can bring you down, you know. No 2 ways about that. You have to move it out of your way, you know, clear a who. Because you have to protect your head up there. So when you see them carry out them work, your people, I want to still run and talk about shower labor right. Come on, man. We don't get the narrative right, man. No bother with that thing, man. And one thing we know, shower and a rain, man. No mix up God business in a corruption thing, man. shower will come from the sky, or maybe if you go in your bathroom, but we know another one that we not talk about. Because remember when they have water in Jamaica, you know. It's scarce. So stop this foolishness when you go around and endorse a criminal regime and I use them slogan. We don't need to know the true meaning of the slogan when I use with them having no practice. Yeah? I mean, the nasty prime minister use it too. But Trump not see it as an inciting towards violence. All them a talk about a blood and fire. But I know the song say we are blood and fire comrades.
Exactly.
That's all it said. You understand? Yeah. So, Jamaican, wake up and smell the coffee. This regime government that is currently in office is the worst thing could have ever happened to Jamaica since independence.
All right.
The worst thing. Because independence give Jamaica the sovereignty, you know, as a nation to go forward and look after our own affairs. But them people are not deal with looking after affairs. Them people are deal with mashing up and wrecking a society for them own affair, which is the money side of thing, the wealth, the control and the manipulation of our society, using guns and ammunition. This is why anytime they are in office, high level of gun trafficking and ammunition has always been coming into Jamaica because them control the war. Them have them own warehouse. We see the high level of cocaine because of this is what them do. Them like illicit enrichment. Cocaine is a part of illicit enrichment, you know. Gun trafficking and ammunition and selling it to civilians is a part of illicit enrichment as well. It's not just taking the money from the taxpayers' coffers. No, all these things that I just point out is a form of illicit enrichment. They are not a working government. They are a corrupted government that is hell-bent on destroying the fabrics of Jamaican social life. So that is why we don't have any community. This is why our community have to be burying dead every week. Several dead a week time. Enrich them friends, we have the funeral parlor them. Them friends, we buy out the land them, we're turning a cemetery. Them friends, we do pathology. You understand? Because you can have a country with such a high murder rate, but you have one pathology. Come on. So when you're dead, you know, and you have to pay a bag of money, them are enrich themselves, see where the corrupted government, them know how to unwind things. Them know if you tight down a belt round on the waist. Them fleece all the diaspora in the pandemic by charging the citizens some enormous amount of money for where one they come ask. Those money the people don't have it in Jamaica. It come from the diaspora because they know them have connection. And if them don't have connection, them will do a thing called GoFundMe page. It's a nasty government we have down there. We have to get them out once and for all. They must go and go to a place where they will never return to the landscape of the politics of Jamaica. We need a new opposition party to come and challenge the People's National Party. We don't need no more Jamaica Labour Party, no more Jamaica Liar Party, no more Jamaica Lunatic Party, no more Jamaica Lappiest Party. We don't need that. It's time Jamaica go forward. This is the same man who come and tell you about 2030, the country where in the first world. Where is Jamaica from 2030? How many years? Less than a decade, and there's no hospital to take care of your citizens. There is no water to distribute to the citizens through amicable means like your pipe running into your home. Jamaican people still use outside toilet, where we call latrine. We roll them gone to the dog, where man are dead in Andrew. That's why them saying up You know, if try and fool the people them when you think you have sense. And you think people have sense when them run out for Mama P and I say a Porsche hole, you know. Time I bring something new to the electorate. You see it backfire upon you now, man are dead in a year hole. Nobody never dead in a Porsche hole. And I know everyone turn which one good from which one bad. People have know already. Man drowned in a year hole, broke all his neck as a result of your negligence when it comes to looking after the country. So we don't want to see no more of you after this general election because you're supposed to be behind bars. You and your accomplice like Royal Reid, Hagentai, and the list where I name out before. You see how long you have Royal Reid still live normal civilian life when everybody in the country, outside the country, know what him do with the educational money. You see how long? You see how long Hagentai take the whole for 600 odd million for the bushing program round so nothing go on. Plus on top of that the car that they going to bring in. What happened to them thing there? Eh? Jamaica now have to wake up. Wake up! The time is now. We cannot allow a government like the Jamaica Labour Party government to be even talking to you people out there as citizens of the country, knowing the separation that all of you undergo under this government, knowing how many innocent youth this government unalive, knowing the high level of lies, corruption, and theft that this government has undertaken within the 9.5 years. And so, my brothers and sisters, I am saying to you that Jamaica need a rescue mission. And the rescue team is ready and waiting to rescue you and Jamaica. Vote for Mark Holding and the PMP. Remember, on the day of election, put the X beside the head. You're tired of this organizing now years coming from the bell. Because all Andrew Holness go around and do is make nice out of years with bell. Them have nothing to offer the country right now. They are like walking dead. And so I say, remember, put the X beside the head. Forget about the bell. Because remember, you know, Andrew no deal with school, so I'm a bell. A bell me no ring a school. Andrew no deal with education, him no build one school, so I don't know him a do with bell. Bell ring a school. All right, the people, I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. Spinks.
Yeah.
Can't hear your voice, man. Come
Yeah. Okay, as I can say, I said before, you know, this corrupt government has to go down. It have to go down. We can't continue on this road that Andrew put us on.
True.
You understand? Because when you look at everything, because even the argument that Desmond McKenzie is saying, he's not saying anything. If you realize, you know, I agree with melting pot, you know.
Yes.
Most of the things that they go on the stage and say, it's just empty, shallow. It has no argument. It has no depth. It has no meaning. It makes no sense. They're just putting words together. And on top of that, just telling whenever it makes sense, it's a lie. And what they keep doing is blaming the PNP for their own thing. As I said before, you know, Andrew was the one who put himself in the position that he's in with the IC. Exactly. Nobody. Not the PNP, not anybody at GLP, Andrew himself decided not to give the IC the information that they require. Simple. Andrew can explain the money in his account. And because of that, The other 48 have been complicit. They are accessories to the crime. And let me explain all of this again to you labor rights. If you are in a room and somebody who is your co-worker steal from the boss that both of you are working for, and did not tell the boss that the person is a thief, that person is also complicit because they saw the theft being happen. They know the theft happened. Even if they did not receive anything from the theft, they know about it. Such crimes like murder. If somebody come to you and confess that they murder somebody and you help the person to cover the murder, you are just as guilty as the person who committed the murder. So labor rights, GLP member of parliament who are complicit. The other 7 over here who are under gag order, who are trying so hard. My mother always tell me this, to always protect my character. And the dirt that soap and water can't wash off is what I must be concerned about. So when Desmond Mackenzie is talking about Andrew's characters and Andrew's good name, what are you talking about? Andrew's name got bad from under Seaga. Let's go back in the history from his working with Seaga and working for Food for the Poor. He's compromised because he learned as an apprentice thief from Seaga. He got his PhD in stealing taxpayers' money from Seaga.
What's a things?
So when he's coming out now that he's a doctor, yes, he's a doctor, yes. We have this doctorate in stealing from us. Because how can you look on the drivers on this road and say this year you want $1 billion from them in tickets, and people are being ticketed for ridiculous things for like a missing log, eating a sandwich while driving,
caressing a bigger bottle.
You understand me? Yet we all saw when Darrell Vaz drove through that red light in broad daylight.
Lie.
You understand me? And he was not given a ticket. We witnessed the farce of a court case when Darvaz and 2 other members of the society went to court over a bribe. And who was punished? The police officer was punished. Darvaz and the businessman were not punished. It was a farce. It was a farce court case. And because of that, God is not sleeping. Because I got to understand. You see, Darvaz went to an eye specialist the other day. And something is wrong with one of your eyes. You see too much evil. You see too much evil. And you're not talking about it. You understand me? I have seen you going through airports, Darvaz. I've seen you. And the state you go on the plane in. Not even the plane was flying at that height. Let us talk about the government not building anything and dealing with the Chinese, like what my brother Melting Pot was talking about. When Portia Simpson was Prime Minister of this country and Sangster's airport was being extended to 18 gates, the Chinese primarily were responsible for building out that building along with some Jamaican contractors. Did you hear or anytime hear about any 5 months delay?
Exactly.
Or no overextension of any monies being spent?
No.
The 18 gates were finished. And it went on again. Another expansion was done to include a tower and a old port, new port was extended recently. Now we have private jets can come down comfortable and land and have their own tower. And that was in the plan from Portia Simpson's time.
Exactly.
So it was nothing new. None of our projects them ever ran from 2 billion to 24 billion.
Never.
Never under Portia Simpson. Never under PJ Patterson. Never under Michael Manley.
Yes. And I mean, never under Bruce neither.
Never under Bruce or Seaga.
Right.
And that was those your leaders never did it. So when you don't understand, say, Andrew is the most corrupt. Him steal the food out of the baby's mouth, you know. Because we're not going to start with the nutrient money what we're missing, you know. When I visited a school, visited a friend of mine who worked as a teacher there. And when I saw what he was giving the past students for lunch, the past students in his class, I never know cocoa bread was ever made that thin. It's the thinnest cocoa bread I've ever seen. Cocoa bread.
Prosperity cocoa bread that.
And when you talk about you are on a campaign trail and you're ready for campaigning, the other day you make your past statement. Look at what happened when you went to Anatolia, Andrew Holness. You call us, refer to us as dogs, right? And what did we see? The only person listening to you with the mic was Bobby Montague and a dog. And the week before, Mark Golding went into the same area and there were crowds and crowds and crowds of people. Omar Davis in St. James had a meeting and I saw the videos of the meeting. Omar Davis is going against our Nikisha Bramswell. And when I saw the crowd, it was thin. Ed Bartlett don't even start one. They had their meetings in St. James and it was thin. They had their meetings in Manchester and Clarendon. It was thin. Last weekend, Rhoda Crawford went on a stage and she moved St. Catherine to St. Andrew. And the people standing in the audience listening to her say, "Yay!" So they don't even know where they were standing. Why is it Jamaica Labour Party always have a problem with geography of their own country that they live in? Yes, Mama Mackenzie can't pronounce the name properly. And my Rivers think there are less parishes here. You understand me? When Feather was mayor, he put his pictures up on billboards about welcome to Kingston up in the St. Andrew area. Why is it you Laborites always have a problem with geography? Even the Portmore incident the other day, a couple months ago. Listen to the arguments going back and forth. Liberates.
You're right.
I, as a Jamaican citizen, I am tired of having people who did not make a request to any reason at all for CXC to give them a certificate to lead me. I don't want any member of parliament who does not even have a CXC certificate become a member of parliament.
And that's true.
When you think about it, when you went into a university, when you are applying to become a police officer, when you are applying to become a teacher at any colleges or any training center, you have to have at least maths and English, and 3 other subjects in CXC passes, right? To enter any college or university across Jamaica. And you want to tell me people like certain people who I won't even bother to name right now. How many of them over there, between councillors and members of parliament, that has never have a CXC certificate issued in their name?
And getting much millions of dollars per year. It's unfair.
And then give themselves 300%. And the teachers who have the qualifications, most of the teachers them have a first degree, a second degree, and even have a master's. And you want to discriminate against them and tell them that you're not paying them? On the outer all like what?
Exactly.
On the face you outer all like what? On the rude and outer, you know how much hours those teachers spend? Learn how much hours, sleepless nights, hours learning, practicing their trade to teach the next generation. And right now, what we have now, Pembroke Hall is not the only high school like that, have 7th graders who read at grade 3 level. Because right now, most of the Jamaica Labour Party people, members over there, cannot even read at grade 3 level.
That's really sad.
And that is a fact. We have seen how many of them turn up at graduations insulting the educational system and insult to the educational institution and insult to themselves and insult to the Jamaica Labour Party, trying to read a message at a graduation and can't even pronounce the words on the paper in front of them.
Bad.
And these are the people you expect to go back into power? Seriously. Most of these people, when they see them name on Bulla Cake, they just name it, you know. Look at action Ann. When she opens her mouth, it's an embarrassment. Every time she opens her mouth to represent us.
Brand new carpet.
I feel embarrassed. I felt embarrassed for the Portland mayor. So the 3 persons there running Portland are 3 persons who don't even have an education. Darvas has any CXC subject, may I ask? Action have any CXC subject, may I ask? This one Mackenzie don't even have any.
Went to you and failed. Action.
You understand me?
But remember, Action can't pronounce carpet, you know. She said carpet.
and how did she pronounce the word caution? She can't pronounce the word caution. I can't even remember how she pronounced it, but she mispronounced those words too.
All right.
So I'll give you the floor to somebody else.
All right. So Spinks, I melting pot, you know, with the top of the hour, yeah. So we are going to mash up the place in terms of the top of the hour. And you are going to, we're going to brush Paula Llewellyn again. Because you know, sir, Paula Llewellyn caused the continuity of the corruption, you know.
Definitely.
But we want to show Jamaica people, right, that indeed Paula Llewellyn is a GLP political operator. None to be about. Straight up. And these documents that I'm going to present is to show you how hypocritical Paula Llewellyn is. So I caught up with Paula Llewellyn at a seminar where Paula Llewellyn is bragging and, you know, most of it bragging about herself, how eloquent she is, and, you know, speaking about financial crime. And where Paula Llewellyn is saying, okay, all right, to deal with certain crimes, the prosecutor and the police investigators have to work in tandem, right, to resolve crime and make sure that all the I's cross all the T's, right? And it is only a good prosecutor work with the investigators. And likewise, investigators need to recognize that they need to work in tandem with the prosecutor so that cases can be complete on time, right, put into the judiciary, right, for a conviction. But after Paula Llewellyn said all of that, you are going to see how Paula Llewellyn works. But now, people, let me show you in terms of how Paula Llewellyn, the brags that you can hear it for yourself. And then you wonder now, then how Paula Llewellyn just kick back and make Andrew Holness continue to do what I do. How Paula Llewellyn kick back and make the NWC president, you understand, do what I do, corrupt himself. After Paula Llewellyn go to the seminar and brags that, you know, the prosecution and the DPP need to work together. So people, you look here now. You listen for yourself. Because I now make up the story.
Good morning, all distinguished participants, distinguished presenters. Young man, the only thing you forgot was Paula Vanessa Llewellyn. I love my middle name.
Oh, there you go.
I think that this conference has come at a very good time in our history. And of course, we know the big elephant that is in the room, but none of us here should be intimidated by it, because it's a conference like this that helps to reaffirm, reassure all of us that we are capable. And one of my favorite phrases that after this conference, our testicular fortitude will be further entrenched to meet the challenges. Now, prosecuting financial crimes, I understand I have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through quickly. Okay. Who is the prosecution? The prosecution means not just the prosecutors who appear in court, but includes persons such as police officers and other state officials connected with the investigation and conduct of the case against the accused person. And this was reformulated by Mr. Justice Panton in the Jamaican Court of Appeal in a case involving a police officer as the accused, Harry Daly, and the Queen. So it means that even though the investigator may think, this information here that I've gathered, this statement, this video, this CCTV reel, it's not relevant. If the prosecution does not disclose it at a later date, that non-disclosure after a conviction in the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council, we can pay the penalty for it and the conviction will be quashed. So we are joined at the hip, the investigator and the prosecutor, to make the prosecution. So we have prosecutors being the clerk of courts in the parish court, prosecutors in the DPP's office, Crown Counsel. We have prosecutors with state agencies like MOCA, FID, Integrity Commission, and we have any external attorney who has a fiat from me to prosecute. Now, how does the prosecutor prosecute? It is a wise and prudent prosecutor who makes sure that, especially in technical cases, you have case collaboration and case consultation with the investigator. It is an even more intelligent, astute, and wise investigator who makes sure that they never, ever subjugate their common sense to that demon ego.
Stop it right there.
Oh, God.
Stop it right there. Stop it right there. Paula Llewellyn said, it is a wise prosecutor. Work in tandem with the investigators. Putting all the data. Putting the case together. Working together. The prosecution team and the investigator working at the hip. to solve the case and do it in the adequate time so that conviction can come forward. The prosecution and the investigators are to work collaboratively. Now, people, and me say that, Father willing say that. Come we could go to the case now. We could visit, come on, my people. Let us visit this case and see if Paula Llewellyn and the investigator work together. Bring up this case. Make we see if the prosecutor and the investigator work together. Now watch now, people. Watch here now, people. Now look here now, people. See there? See there now, people. NWC president and his wife to escape criminal charges despite breaching NRCA Act. No, here now, people. Suspended head of National Water Commission Mark Barnett and his wife, attorney at law, and Francis Barnett, will not face criminal charges despite people being found guilty of breaching the National Resources Conservation Authority Act. In a ruling dated January 10, 2024, Director of Public Prosecution, DPP, Paula Llewellyn, said, though the allegations against the two support the laying of criminal charges against Mark Barnett and Annette Francis Barnett for breaching the environmental permit, which is an offense under the NRCA, the initiation of the prosecution is time sensitive. And it having not been initiated within 12 months of the breach being identified, the criminal action is now statute bar. So let me ask Paula Llewellyn. Paula Llewellyn, you as an experienced prosecutor, know the time sensitiveness of this case and know that you have 12 months to prosecute this case. Why didn't your prosecution team work with the investigators, right, to ensure that all the necessary information being gathered, right, to make sure you put the case in the judiciary so that it can be prosecuted, since you know all of that and you know about the 12 months statute bar. But you waited, Paul. You waited. You did not speak to the investigators. You waited until the 12-month statute bar. You used this not to charge the men. Take it away. Take it away. Now, I'm going to show you something now, Paula Llewellyn. Jamaica paper, watch this now. I'm going to show you something now. A similar behavior in St. Kitts, and where the DPP didn't wait. And the DPP said she is warning them and ensure that she's going to prosecute. Look at the behavior of St. Kitts DPP as opposed to Jamaica DPP. Bring up St. Kitts DPP and I take it from out of Nationwide. Here it is. St. Kitts DPP. 8 public officials charged from missing statutory filing deadline. Watch this. Watch this paper. In St. Kitts and Nevis, Director of Public Prosecution, Adlai Simit, has filed charges against 8 public officials who failed to submit declarations under the Integrity in Public Life Act. Right now, Paula Llewellyn sit down, you know. Sit down, you know. Paula Llewellyn can act over even the Integrity Commission, you know. People, Paula Llewellyn have the power to take over the case from the Integrity Commission investigators, right? And punish all of these people, you know. And you want to send all of them, you know. Paula Llewellyn has that power. Smith had given all public officials with outstanding declarations until January 26 to comply with their statutory obligation. You see how this DPP give them an ultimatum? Gave them an ultimatum that if they don't carry it by January 26, she's going to charge them. Now watch this now, people. The public officials who are found guilty of breaching the Integrity in Public Life Act face fines of up to 30,000 or imprisonment for up to 3 years. The DPP said charges should serve as a stark reminder of the seriousness with which the federal government viewed non-compliance with this law. Smith said this action are having a positive impact as compliance with the law has risen from 14% to 90%. You hear that, people? Now, let's look on it. Now, you know, and this is how corrupted nationwide is, you know. The part where the DPP speak that if I don't take action, right, then I would let down my office. You see how corrupted nationwide is? Nationwide take on the part there. Nationwide take on the part there. Because he knows that the part there is going to now make Parliament look bad enough. So nationwide just give the front part of the sandwich, you understand, and take with the back. Because I don't want to show Parliament enough. Well, the DPP further stated, right in another document that I was trying to find that document to show what the entirety in what the DPP had spoken about, right? That she's not going to sit, right, either for them to breach. And the DPP stated that if she didn't act, you understand, she'll be going contrary to her office. What nationwide did? Take out the part. You saw them corrupt. You saw nationwide corrupt. But let me turn on the melting pot. Part of in a seminar, right? Talking about prosecuting financial crimes and other crimes. And where Paula Llewellyn is saying that the prosecutor, right, and the police supposed to work in tandem. As a matter of fact, he said he's only a white prosecutor. You remember that Paula Llewellyn said that?
Yes.
So are we to say now that Paula Llewellyn is not a wise prosecutor? Speak, melting pot.
Well, obviously, she isn't a wise prosecutor because we don't see where she work in tandem or in collaboration with anybody to settle all of these cases in front of her. But we see she uses statute of limitation.
Statute of limitation.
She used that to her, you know, benefit because she has served these people, you know. No two ways about that.
No two ways.
She served them and she also participated in recreational time with them. We saw her up at Ruby's turning it around and pushing it back in wherever I don't know. Because I don't know which sensible man would have this piece of ugly Zumbe. Whether behind them or in front of them, I turn nothing. She's a garbage. She's not more than a vampire. She sucked the justice system blood. Killed the justice system under the influence of corruption.
Where she was where was she push it in and turn it around? Where was she?
Up at Ruby's a man where 2 times them have some form of what you call rape allegation charges against him, sir.
And you up there, turn it around?
Right. Anywhere else in the world, she gone to prison, you know. Even if she didn't let them go, you know, from that video circulate, she gone to prison. Because it shows that she have an affiliation with these type of people. Yeah. So right away there and then it shows that she compromised and corrupt the case. So she couldn't have no standing and go around the place. But in a Jamaica, because of the hanky-panky government where we have, the kleptocratic government, the corrupted government, the dictatorship regime style of governance where we have and govern the country, she was allowed to practice in the way she did at the DPP, which only show her to be a corrupted DPP, the worst in the history of Jamaica. And as a female, a lot of Jamaicans always give credence to female serving in capacity that they will do a better job than the male counterpart. But if you put 100 male counterpart, she beat them in a corruption. She surpassed everybody else because she show her hand in no uncertain manner, even to the blind. Can't say she work for the government.
All right.
She work for everybody who have affiliation with the Jamaica Labour Party. And what she do, to show herself like she do some farmer work, she go after the artists, them, the ghetto youth, them. She go after them. She go after the ordinary people from the underprivileged community. But the people them who sit up on the hilltop, she party with them. And several of them come in front of her with criminality cases where she fi deal with. The Prime Minister was one such person. But when the Prime Minister reached back at Jamaica, a fanfare and gathering was out there singing Don't You Trouble Zion. What can go so? What can go so? So you know all that was an organized gathering. This is why we are show people far and wide about the type of leader Andrew Holness is. Andrew Holness practice grassroots corruption. Him start same thing. Because him can't corrupt the people over top, you know. So all the corruption where Andrew Holness carry out in Jamaica, it affect the grassroots of our society. Because we don't want a prime minister to be continuing to serve the country under high level of corruption and theft. But Paula Llewellyn knew. What did Paula Llewellyn do? She aid and abet it. She hug it up. Because Andrew going to reward her with another term. After this woman supposed to go home and get her Santa wash and shave. Andrew get her extension when no other DPP ever get. Even when our age did not allow or permit her to be a DPP and just still give her an extension. It up in September. But people, it couldn't go past September, you know. No, and the reason why it couldn't go past September, and the reason why Andrew extend fair time as a DPP till September. Because Andrew knows say, while in office, trying to for some miracle win another general election. Because how miracle could have make him win a next election in Jamaica? He wanted Paula Llewellyn by his side as one of his corrupted allies. And so he kept her in the post. At one point in time, we hear she gone on some farmer leave and another counterpart by the name of Campbell was in charge of the office. But lo and behold, Paula Llewellyn was still getting paid. So at one point in time, Jamaica paying 2 DPP to one post. A post that does not constitute with the day-to-day law affair of the country. A post that use statute of limitation to give to their members and counterparts freedom for roam and rob Jamaica. Royal Reid supposed to be behind bars long time. Look how many of our children has lost out on their dreams and goals as it relates to education. But because of nasty Royal Reid, the same dirty thinking Andrew Holness, sour Fabel Williams, this is what them do. And you even have to add Gavin to it too.
You have to have a gap into it. The whole of them mash up the education. And our children are the one who suffer. Just like how you see them mash up the health system and them fly out whenever them have a little cough, chest pain, them fly down to Miami. But our people queue up and who no queue up and lay down on cardboard and who no lay down on cardboard, sit down on chair and drop off and dead. I saw them mash up the education system. Because remember, you know, SSL money did a fund education fee for Darrell Vaz picnic in the state. Just look at that, people. These men, after them, are earn so much money and I sell so much type of contraband and illegal gun and ammunition. Because we know them do it. Them still take investors' money and pay school tuition fee for them picnic abroad. That's some nasty, dirty people, them people here. The corruption with them have, you know, it run like the real Kobe River. It just a flow and a flow and a flow. Never ending. But we have to put a stop to it. We have to dam it up down at the bottom. We have to dam up some part and stop this corruption. And put these men and women behind bars. Because I never know so much man could have synced themselves with one little nasty prime minister. Eh? You know how much woman in a party I go down with him? Up to size 13 I go down with him too. Size 13 I have to go with him. Where did size 13 get 800 billion for one of our projects? Just one, you know. I remember I shared about 3 or 4 and they were running consecutively. You understand? And I like she have 1 billion 3 did done, you know. They all were running simultaneously alongside each other. Where did size 13 get all these millions of dollars, billions of dollars? Where? But less than 2 decades ago, she broke. Less than 2 decades ago, she had problem in organizing a proper wedding. So she could invite her friend them from the States and the UK. So what she do, she send out bogus thing thinking the people them now go really turn up. But lo and behold, the people them did turn up. You understand? This is the same woman I hear was talking in an interview, saying to the interviewer that she had certain moral principles that she would not break. And they were like, she would have to get married before she have kids. And they have to be able to buy a house. But during that same time, Andrew said have 40 million. But here is Juliet saying the things that show you that they were not wealthy couple. They were just an emerging couple who were trying to find their feet in society. But further down the line, and not too far down the line, this same man now have billions till he become super billionaire in the region. I don't know if Andrew Wallace was having a competition with a leader them in a CARICOM. I don't know. But CARICOM leaders them would never even try to, you know, envisage the thought of where Andrew Wallace come up with. Andrew Wallace way of getting rich was to rob Jamaicans and mash up Jamaica. Because when you rob Jamaicans, remember, you know, you mash up the country. You know? Because you take away from all the benefits where the people are supposed to get so that they can feel good in themselves and participate in the growth and development of the economy. When Andrew brain drain the country in our way, it's bad. We don't know when we are going to recover from that. Remember when our country spend money to train up a teacher and them gone somewhere else, the country lose out, not just a teacher, but the resource that was put in place to train these teachers. It's the same thing we see happening with the athletes them now. Can you imagine athletes who win gold medal at the 2024 Paris Olympic record in discus? And we also have a bronze medalist in shot put, bronze medalist in long jump, but they are now being bought by the Turkey government. What can go so? But I don't have any problem with the athletes making that choice because it is towards their future. Because Jamaica does not care for the citizen. Under this government, our citizen has been left behind. Our elites has been made to look like scapegoat, like wannabe. Oh, you can't have your teacher and you don't show your teacher the respect that they deserve. Or you can have your doctors and nurses and you don't give them that respect that they deserve. Remember, these people are critical workers in our society. They are there to nurture when it comes to health and to educate the younger ones when it comes to education. Our athletes, because I tell this nasty thinking government something. I hear you run out and talk about we on social media destroy brand Jamaica. See what you do with brand Jamaica there with the athletes. And them did lift up brand Jamaica. When you win gold medal at Olympic, your flag raise and your national anthem sing. It play and people celebrate right round. That is brand Jamaica. Not the hotel sector where cocaine run through. We all type of nasty living a go on in. We want to fence round the place because we don't want the local to see where it take place on the beach front. That's why we want to fence it round. Because we not tell the people them say, we can come to Jamaica on the safe because we will protect you with fence barrier so that your lifestyle will be protected and whatever you are doing will be done in secrecy. This is why them fence off the beach and take on the beach and from the Jamaicans. People need to have the understanding of how this government operates. They do all these things to trick and con the locals. But we are here to highlight and to tell the locals what is the mode of operandus there with this nasty government. So all these things, my brothers and sisters, is a result of corruption. This government, well, Juliet says she likes to check a lot of money. I hear she said that in her interview. Well, I certainly know this Prime Minister love to angle a lot of dirty money. The GLP, them love dirty money. They don't like clean money will come through transparency and growth and development. Them like shipping something will sell for enormous amount of money. So when them do that now, the amount where you see are coming, some go back overseas, you know. But some stay to supply the hotel chain where we have behind the walls. It have to be there because what they are attracting, remember, the minister for tourism, Edmund Bartlett, Lollipop Jar, they on BBC Panorama. I tell the interviewer, say, LGTB people them can come to Jamaica. They have no fear. They are safe. They will be secure. And we need them to come. But these are the people that use this substance to a high proportion. So you have to make sure you have them commodities there too, you know. Because them freaky and kinky. So when you see the wall about go around the hotel, and we can't see the coastline anymore, is a result of a corruption within this corrupted government. Don't be surprised by people. I'm telling you the fact. This is what they're carrying on. I have people who go down there and what they reported to me, I hear them and say, boy, them all I get requests if them want extra. I don't know what kind of extra. from the workers within the hotel sector because these people are on meager salary, pittance. So they have to put something on the side so you can get extra when you go to Jamaica. I don't think that happens anywhere else in the world. People respect the job. People respect the fact that they are working somewhere and they're earning an honest and comfortable salary. But in Jamaica, a slavery we're going back to, and that is as a result of this nasty government. This government who don't care for nobody at all out there, not even the voters them. You have been close to Andrew in a parliament, people look on you. Andrew is a nasty-minded individual. His mind stained with evil and corruption. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. Well, there you have it as it relates to Melting Pot, right, giving his powerful punch. Now, Pinks, we're going to ask you to close us out, right, because, of course, we reach on top of the hour, right? So,
Okay.
yes, speak on the matter.
Well, regarding the DPP, she says one thing and she does another thing. She's just a big hypocrite.
Yes.
She says the right words, correct words at the seminar, but her actions are the complete opposite of who she is and what she represents.
Yeah.
Because so many cases come across her desk and she pick and choose the ones that she push through the court, even if she have to manufacture evidence, and she also choose the cases that she wants to pause or put on hold until the time limit has run out. When we look from 2016, since this government has been elected, and all the corruption coming down, Mombasa Grass, Petrojam, Rural Read and CCMU with 28 accounts too, and you look at the birthday cake boy, the police car, none of them have gone to court and has been thoroughly gone through the court system, and let us see how the case ends at the end of it. Yet these people are still collecting money from us, because I want you to know, all these people who are on trial, they are still that only the DPP when she was on leave collecting salary. All the persons who are on trial currently, including Grace McLean, Rural Reed, the Petrojam people, all of them are still collecting salaries from us. The last time Gensek came out, he gave us like over $83 million of our tax money every year is paying these people. So I want you guys to understand, when you go out there and you work and you hustle and you cannot buy enough food for your children, you're barely paying your bills, you're barely taking care of anything at all in your household. You can hardly take care of your family, you can hardly buy clothes to your back. You can barely buy a vehicle if you can afford a vehicle. All right? And the gas prices are way up, and your lifestyle is diminished because of these choices, and yet these people are living high on the hog. Over $80 million are being paid out every year to all the people who are under investigation, who have cases before the court. So you Jamaicans who are working, pay taxes. Us who are working are paying them not to go to court. And who is stopping them from not going these cases from not going to court? The DPP, Paula. But Paula, there's a man in the Bible called Eli. And when Eli did not correct his sons, who were doing evil in front of the Lord, we know what happened to Eli. And you listen, all you labor rights over there, or all you labor rights supporters over there who are endorsing the corruption, I want you all to think about all the evil leaders in the Bible and look at the end of their life.
All right.
And that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Spinks. I could take some call. For any persons who want to call in. Sister Pat, welcome, man. Melting Pot, I look for your call in, Pinks.
Yeah, I tell you.
Yeah, man. Hi, Sister Pat.
All right.
Big up yourself, Sister Pat. Big up. Enough respect from over here, sir.
All right.
Good night to each and everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you so much for what you're all doing.
Yes.
Words can't explain. Now lipstick and melting pot.
Yes.
You see? Oh God, the sun, the moon is great. When you see anyone has got set me right now and treat him.
Yeah, man, it's
People, Jamaican people, just hang on, man. Hold tight. Hold tight. We're almost there. Don't give up the fight. We're almost there. You know what you say? So, mad. One day they Sinclair mad. Appear mad, Mr. Mata. I would say, people who think poor of the Labour Party are poor or whatever. Now have no sense. Remember, you know, people are suffer. People are suffer. And you ask me, say, me not suffer? If me come say me eat that me, when you go tell me say me eat that me, So, even that can't tell you the amount of pain you feel, you can imagine what you feel and you have to tell me where you feel. No, this year incumbent Prime Minister with tutor. Actually, the panic grown like a snake and make dust. Jamaica people do not fall for it. The Prime Minister wife cook some big potatoes and peas. The Prime Minister wife in a cemetery and deal with dead. You know what people, this is not like this. This is now 2025. The world is in our hand. In a little phone. Look around you. Look around you. Don't be fool. No make them come give you nothing. Drink your water. Burn your belly. Have better than I can't tell you as a Jamaican. I feel the breeze just blowing my way. I'm just looking for the next 2-3 years when the PLP come in and settle down. Things that move because it's not going to be the first because Mark will only have a lot in him going to walk like he never walked before.
That's true.
Because the ministry need a forensic audit if there's a audit of more education more me to fix this and they must fix not only them but fix them personally. Fix them personally. Take where they take, send them a prison, sell it, and put back the money in public scoffers. Jamaican people, we are here. Just do more balls to ball. And the ball of them is good. Michael holding his ball in the ball. He's balling from the pavilion end. He's coming up and he's going to hold the ball. And we're going to lick him for 6. He never knows that this day coming. That this minute coming. But you, Labour, nothing wrong to be a Labourite. Nothing wrong to be a PMP. We live in a democratic country. country. But stop, look, and listen. The Jamaica Labour Party then is not the Jamaica Labour Party now. There is no democratic in these people. These people want to rule with iron fist. Look, listen, think. When you sit and go to the hospital, when you go and try hard, them not ask if you have PMP, now if you have labor. Then you go to supermarket, nobody don't ask if you have labor or PMP. It's one brush with everybody. You are a human. The taxi man no say to you, say, all right, get labor right, give me $50 and you have PMP, give me 100. It no go so. Whatever is happening to us, it happens to everybody. Don't follow back our party. Because when the PMP, when the PMP come in, we are holding side. We don't care. Because we pay our yam steak, our yam salmon, and we can yam chicken back. Michael and police say, oh, Portia seems not pretty bad. Fish back. And now you can buy fish back, and when you do see it's expensive, you can buy it. You can buy it. Remember, when you vote, remember the house when they broke down. When you not go vote, remember when lock we up. When you not go vote, remember when down to the little youth up at university. You remember.
Yeah.
When you not go vote, remember me that make a hard judge. You remember. Those are the things that are put on the forefront. You remember when it's a picnic again. See people at school. You remember. When you go vote, remember when they take reading out of school, so we pick me grand if it on dumpy. Those things on our vote pan. Remember in to raise minimum wage from 15 to 16,000. Remember, security officers. 2023 we get money, and until now we can't get that. Remember. Those are the atrocity that this man put we under. Remember that there is no road, no hospital, no education, no livable wages. Remember, those are the things. If you remember, no make them on fool with no water road. How long it can take to put in water road after 10 years? Any road I'm gonna put in and myself and my family. Any water running under them and that big mama and the people. I mean, I tell you, Charlie John Davis, you make sure so when PMP, when you find somewhere go, if they ever keep a meeting and put you there, nobody now go there. You can't host and tell nobody nothing. You are sell out with mark, you know. Some people say live good, we all live good with you, but we are mark, you know, because you know is a part of the country don't fall. The 140 people were police kill. Who is a part of it because if you look behind the wall is and in Konya said, what you are doing is wrong, but to support him, and to feed him, and to support him. And you miss a go to, we say a commissioner, remember you have picked me, and you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer because you have 15 years old, I put more there. War over the right now as we speak. Over Breaker, 15-year-old for the shooting. Well, me not get that, me not know the circumstances, so it's alleged. Okay? But what you are doing to us is cruelty. You know, buy a train for $250,000, sell it back to we the people, 31.5 million people dead. Left, right, and center, who have money in hospital, semi near a surgeon, you know, a certificate, who don't have no ministry of health going dead. What can go so? But a little piece of rock, they can't. It's coming from level by week. They come like when I say they can, man was coming at 50 kilos. So senior, no senior, Ghana and Mangoose take over. After China, I got to take over Jamaica. It can't work. Some people who know this activity, we ancestors get down with them blood, sweat, and tears. And the officer was live still with God. And we can't be in peace. Not a peace. You work and you work and you work. And when you get paid your bills, you can't pay your light bill. You can't buy good food to eat. You can't buy balanced dinner. With a little carbs and little this and little that and balance it. It can't having money. Young girl that come to more prostitution, man come to prostitution. This man was signing some argument to load everybody, but it can't work. It cannot work. People vote for something. I don't know go far for nothing. If Andrew Williams win back this election, mighty God of Daniel, Jamaica go worse than Yeti. Blood go run like how when Ryan come down. So people are going to put it to them because we are going to fight. This man Mackenzie go tell me about him not surrender Jamaica to him. We want to know if he gave them Jamaica. And them out than this day. Want to bring back the country to the days of 1980s. I was a child. I was burnt out at Greenwich Farm. Greenwich Farm lives, not the street. Greenwich Farm, no matter gonna work. And when the fire took me and two sisters, they hug up on the roadside. Me not see that. And with that scar, till today, the 10 years, when we remember 1983, then take me jail when it's bus from we, then lock down hospital. See, I put in damn ranking cell board with locked in people move that road. I got push cat near solidarity card. You know, if you got them sitting there, you go to school and you tell about the church, you know. You should go road, go sit down and man, put up your foot on stool and you pay me and pay you. You know, remember, go read, go do the research. We say about you one card here, solidarity cards. Solidarity card, you push and sell something. You forgot, no, people come and say, education. So, let's thank you. God bless you. God thank you. We, the Jamaican people, we appreciate what you do for we. Deeply, because I do not personal. And you, Melting Pot, is supposed to somehow as a night don't buy you, they can time still. And we respect you.
Morning now, Sister Pat. Morning.
Far and wide, and people stand with my little corner. We get about 200 die labor right on PNP. Me do that and show them. Me look on my phone and say, see ya, and me write this, see there, and me write it. This is how it happen. This is how it happen. When it's a shower, and spirit is a power. Shower mean rains up. Bullets.
Yes.
R-A-I-N. R-I-G-N. So, rain the bullet. That means a bullet with a bullet. They kill people. So, me do my little part and then I come and then so, with Uno and with when Uno teach me, that's why I can't live. Because I say, listen. You want to go down in Jamaica, it's the worst female that I put a Regina. You. It's the wickedest thing. You imagine the amount of people in a prisoner. Meanwhile, they turn it back and push it back in. But wait, you're going to turn it out there not to push back in. So I hear at one next time.
All right, blessings.
All right, it's so fun.
Yeah, Sister Pat, bless up yourself.
All right. All right, make sure the electorate, right, say, not go on for Andrew wanna see no desperation is sinking out. So let us play it and show that there's no crowd support, no crowd support for Andrew wanna see. He's losing it. Now people watch this. And let me use the opportunity in big up My brethren KJ said, Mystic, I would love if you could. Okay, we're gonna play that video, KJ. And Mystic, big up Comrade Janice. She's working hard in the constituency. Comrade Janice, big up herself in Rosites, right?
Yeah, man, she's working hard, for sure.
Yes, hope you and the family, full of energy, right? Based on what you are seeing here, you'll be hosting Comrade Leader Mark Golden, right? So we're looking forward for that. So, of course, big up yourself, all right? Yeah, let us highlight some of that video. Sure said, Andrew Holness is desperate. People are turning away from Andrew Holness. So let us show some of that video. Watch this, people.
Hold him again. Hold him again until he hold him. So when are the big mean of this? No. Just what I was trying to mean. Man, that should have come up with more. I don't mean this. You should have come up with more. Crystal needs to do what I'm doing. About 5 different districts in there. We need to have a black and it's to go. Team.
Tin pot. Tin for Joe.
Well, tin. Yeah. It's coming like when you go to church and you get the communion bread, the little tin something there. Tin, yeah, man.
We go to the next venue and see what I go on here. So. Tin.
Alawade we go be Rossi, most out of
Look at the crowd. There's a lot of them there still.
All right. We see here Andrew Holness now want to try if you support Robert Montague, but the support they're not going nowhere because the fuck of the matter that Robert Montague carry him to support him. Remember, the people are going against Andrew Holness, so we don't know why Robert Montague carry Andrew down there if support him. Because watch out now, people. Right? No crowd, nothing. Look at people. Listen now.
And I can say that in my 9 years of administering your affairs, administering your government, there is no development that has taken place of this nature where people can say, all right, I'll move on to a little piece of land and there is no light, there is no water, there is nothing. We don't do that kind of development. The kind of development that we do are planned development. When you get the land, you will get infrastructure, road and water and light and everything. So you don't have to worry about that. So I know that I have changed the way in which development happens in Jamaica. No more chaka-chaka business. And it's like when I speak about chaka-chaka-ness. So we have done some massive developments in Jamaica, like the Bernard Lodge development.
Seriously?
1,000 houses will be built in Bernard Lodge. And the people who will get those houses and who will buy them will not have the problems as the people had in industry. No, they won't have those problems. Because the water is there up front.
No, you tell me. Right?
Andrew doesn't know anything about development.
But
you
again,
see, a person have a choice. A person have a choice if they want to buy a housing scheme or they want to buy them house by them own. You don't force people to buy a housing scheme.
But the affordability things, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the electorate as it relates to who will be voting, right? Are putting up a party in power and for NHD contributors, ordinary NHD contributors, they cannot buy in any of those homes. They will
Thank you.
any of those homes. So
We know that, but
the people need to be aware of that.
yeah, but because he has sold out the NHT basically to his friends, the partner with NHT. But apart from that, I remember the original NHT that I know about, right? You have a choice if you see a piece of land and you want to buy the piece of land outside of a housing scheme in any location, you can use your NHT contribution and buy the piece of land. I've known people who have done that before, and then you build on your own land after that. You build what you want on your own land. There's an option like that in NHT. So I don't know when you're talking about housing scheme only. This man is so done. Jeez.
Oh, you want to know something? And Jamaica also poor people, you know. And Jamaica
Thank
between
you.
30 and 40 million dollars. Poor people can't afford them type of high price house there. And at the end of the day, what you get for that money, it's not livable to begin with, because you don't have no land space to do no farmer development afterward. You understand?
Because remember the melting pot, there's also the option with NHT, the original NHT that I know about, where suppose you know, as my uncle give me a piece of land or give me a piece of land, I can still go to NHT and use the money to build the house. So that option is there. I have my own land, just give me the money, me buy the material myself and design what I want and build what I want.
Right. And there was a name for that plan. It was the open market plan.
Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, melting pot.
And the thing again, with that, Andrew Wonets, right? We're roughly about 2 or 3 months away from general election. You understand? That is a futuristic reference, because obviously, you understand, he's not going to be there. He's going to be
Thank you.
No.
Right? So all of that are promising PR. You understand? PR, be a campaign stunt. So, you know.
Pure rubbish, Byron and Pink School. Pure rubbish, the Prime Minister go on attack. Because the Prime Minister is in a conundrum. And everybody know it. So I don't know why he's trying to make it seem as if all is well and everything is rosy. No. Everything is in a shamble. The economy is in a shamble. The education is in a shamble. Health is in a shamble. And people life as it relates to poverty is in a shamble. So Andrew Wallace, pack your bag and go. The sheriff told you a long time, and you'd have saved yourself a lot of embarrassment. But because of your ignorance, which always precede your judgment and your party, you stay there and all type of hollow start tumbling down on you. Shit start fling on you. You won't support us fling shit on you right now. Because remember, you know, them are disintegrate from around you. Yeah, and them now moving a little drips and drops. Them are moving on numbers now. Numbers! And it's going to bring you to it. Yo, this guy, we have...
The man say thin for true.
It's very thin. When you look, all right, just look out and not to be. Me not see no crowd. This is space. Space. No, when I look at Market G gathering, I see like 100 row deep.
You can't see no
and
space.
wide.
Yeah.
You cannot see no space.
No.
So this show Jamaicans and more so the Jamaica Labour Party supporters. The train we're supposed to carry now, it gone left for now. Yeah? Because Andrew never keep that train there at the station for you know. It's always a runner from under. That's why you can't catch Andrew train. Get on board Marky G and the People's National Party train. It's the train that will take you to a destination of affordability and comfortability in your own country. You're going to be able to afford a lifestyle and you're going to be comfortable with the lifestyle that the People's National Party is currently working hard to put in place for you guys. So I'm telling you, get on board the People's National Party train because it never fails. It never fails.
And we could tell them the last word. Well, I mean, you see the meetings that Andrew Holness,
Trying to have.
keeping, and the people are saying that, well, it thing for true. And you see,
Very
they
thin.
get on this poll, you understand, coming out, speaking about poverty. It is also saying it thing for true. So
Very thin.
everything is thin. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is where we leave it. Right? We want to say big thanks to make it Mystic Sensation. Big thanks to the panel. Melting Pot, Spinks, yeah.
Yes, good night.
All right.
Hey,
Alright.
I say Andrew look like him have some people over my side that try and mess up my
We have one
device.
more call. We have a call coming in.
Take it coming, take it and come. We're there.
All right. Yes, caller. You need to turn on the device in the background. Good evening, my sister. Good night. You see it?
The thing turn on and then say, if Andrew can't see it, say, the tree ready.
Remember me tell you.
We can't hear her.
Leave the train alone.
All right.
The train roll.
Yeah, you know, Pinks?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Look here.
Yes, my sister.
Listen. With all that Andrew has done, we could create a list of all the happenings and the misappropriateness of Andrew Holness government. And you mean to tell me, say the man here dry same way, like nothing happened. I cannot wrap my head around this. Just coming out, I don't know if he's hiding his conscience or what. But the man still coming out and still press the pedal and still I beg the vote. Why? I beg the people then. No matter take what just come. And 9 long years, and he could have done it. So why am I trying to pile up everything? Why is he giving it now?
All right, that's the question.
And that's the question, and him suffer the people. Some suffer to death.
Tell you.
And not just, why the man is wicked. Him wicked bad, you know?
Extreme, no one.
Him wicked, him worse than fear.
Remember me tell you.
I've never seen Andrew equal. I'm yet to see that. I am asking the people of Jamaica, please, please think about your life, the life of your relatives, the next generation. Now watch what is coming now, because that too shall pass. We're talking about something that will last and make your life better, and that of your people generation. Our forefathers fight they've been in our shackles until they were set free. And because of that, we have a voice. And you see that song they will say we are marching on to progress.
All right.
When I hear the song Cold Bomb come up on me, I remember me true Jamaica. Blood and fire come red. Mean we're moving on. We're going to take it back. Conquer.
In the name of Jesus.
All right. People, open on the eye, God. Look, if something about it you can't understand where I'm going, just ask somebody to show you the way out.
Sure.
But nobody go back there, sir.
No.
Nothing of that, sir.
Lord
What
Jesus.
more in bulldoze long hours, in the people in SSL. Lord Jesus, I can't. The list goes on. We all know what Andrew has done. He can't lock up anybody. You know see that, people? Because it is he's in bewilderment right now. Possibly not even asleep. In torment. Not torment yet.
Huh?
Look your right to a better life. Do not give up your life for a better life. You deserve it. All the nations will say this is the best prime minister who have not seen good.
Something wrong with
don't want glasses, and if you don't have glasses, you don't want a change of lens. You know, go so. Come on, man. Want to look good. Turn it over. Turn over the page. We are marching on to progress. We don't care what them say and what they say we are. We're going to march. We're going to take it back. We're going to conquer to conquer. We're not giving up. And the next thing before I come off, it's a mistake. We want back all of that money. Marky G need it. You're going to need it. Enough to turn around. They must not go free. That government is a thieving set of bitches. We want back the money. So people, keep on holding the fort. Freedom fighters, melting pot, Miss Greens, Miss Ann,
Let's up.
and all the others. God is going to give you all a special blessing, because you can imagine if it wasn't for you guys, thank God for the change of technology to open people eyes. You can imagine, say, for never technology, YouTube and so, and you people, and you only see that come with the same foolishness again, you know, because that's my post from the people, them, you know. After time use and misuse the people, them come and make what? And God on time. I see me say again, come and have no time, it not have no date, it not have no limit. You never know when, but too late shall be your cry and join your minions. Thank you all.
Man.
God bless and keep on for what you all are doing. Your blessing is gonna come special and double from God. Judge, I know that.
Blessings, Mr. Star.
Good night,
Blessing, Carla. Yeah, man.
And you know, melting pot and Spinks, you see, call like this really energize us, you know.
Yes, it does.
I want to say thanks to
Yes, it does.
God, right? Thanks to Sister Pot, right? And these calls continue to energize us, and we love them, right?
I love this little, segment when we are close out, when, we hear, we call them an interact, and we know, so we call them really the pan spot. You understand?
Yeah.
Because, me I tell you, this lady conversation, it has so much in it that it resonates with exactly what is happening in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Too late.
The passion
Too late shall be a new cry. Yeah, you hear the passion, right? Our callers, them are always passionate caller.
Yeah.
You understand? And as she said, too late shall be Andrew cry. And if it wasn't for social media, rightly so as she said, he would have get to it with him hanky panky. Because Andrew thinks that the bag of money could have just come sweep with all I'm corruption and wash it with clean, and everybody would have go back neutral with him. No. Social media is here to hold you accountable. Social media is here to challenge mainstream media for the lack of participation as it relates to journalism. The right question. Hey, I have a lady from TVG. I'm going to hope the next time I come on such platform, like whether here or over Lonesome. Judith Wallace, that goes down to National Hero Circle and trying to embarrass our Jamaican citizen by asking questions that she of herself don't even know the answer. But she come out and try to do a publicity for Andrew Wallace because them send her down there. She are one of the minions them when they tell her to go upstir the People's National Party peaceful demonstration. She wasn't a journalist, and she isn't a journalist, and she will never be a journalist because she does not know what it requires to be a journalist. She lacks journalism. So I'm going to have to put her in her place and teach her it. And TVG, you don't need to take her off of the journalist board we don't have there. She a garbage. She is an outright garbage, and what she do, she embarrassed TVJ. Embarrass TVJ and embarrass herself and embarrass the Labour Party. And I yield.
All right, no joke. Well, we have to close the play because you know we have to run out early for work tomorrow. We want to say a big thanks, and again to the panel, to the callers who call in, Sister Pat and that lovely lady who called in. We want to say a big thanks, and trust me, Melting Pot, Pinks.
Yes, my brother.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Good night again.
Before we go, I just want to say to Melting Pot, I just want to say to Pink Skew from Melting Pot, have yourself a blessed weekend. Mystical and Marie, same to you as well. And to all our fans and supporters out there, have a blessed weekend. God love you all. Peace, love, and courage. Goodwill to all.
Polo, VNR 2.0, big up yourself. Blessings, Polo.